that take time out of a very busy schedule to share his accomplishment, but he even showed up that day. That property was so problematic. He was able to show up that day with all the different agencies, and it was very, very, very encouraging. So I just want to share with you folks, commissioners. Unfortunately, they were served a notice of no trespass to the people there, and there's one more resident that's holding out. I just talked to Mr. Garcia yesterday. They're waiting on the writ so they can go there and serve him and respectfully and humbly remove him. And I want to say this. One of the things that I've shared before, and even in our community, we don't want anybody to lose their home. That's not what they want. We don't want anybody homeless. All we're asking for is a respectful, caring, safe community. And I was so encouraged to see that the agencies that came out to serve the notice have treated our people on the property with the utmost respect. Again, they make a lot of bad choices, but they treated them like human beings. And you know, I think that's the thing for all of us. If we can just work together and treat everybody like there's somebody, but yet at the same time, let them know that there's consequences. It's an honor and a privilege to live on a Hawaiian homestead. So I got to see that on the 14th and even the days following. So I'm really encouraged what's going on. And I wanted to share that with you guys because people need hope to cope. We need hope to float, especially with the holidays coming up. So I just want to bring some hope, not dope. Anyway, that's another topic. But also one of the things moving forward, you know, as we clear out the property and we look for the next people that would lease the property, if we can utilize the new the lease agreement, which has the words to be able to faithfully and fully maintain a premises of quiet enjoyment. Because I think moving forward, if we can implement that lease agreement on the DHHL lands, that would really help you folks, help us, and help the different agencies to really work together. So I wanted to share that because I see some opportunities in our community. Sticking with that Pua Ave property, what the agencies did not know and what I did not know, that there was a 7-year-old girl on a property. Now that was problematic because one of the things that we felt, we didn't want her parents, because of desperation, not having a place to live, putting her in some home that she would be used and abused. So one of the things that we did is we reached out to different organizations to work together. And in 24 hours from finding out there was a 7-year-old girl on a property, we was able to put her in a safe shelter. Now her and her mom can be able to get the resources and the treatment to be able to help this girl on a college career pathway. So I just want to share that. And there's a lot of other amazing, encouraging stories that's happening as we work together in the spirit of aloha, lokahi, laulima, and so forth. So I just want to share that. So, and also we're able to attract the attention and support of other government agencies. I'll just leave it at that. Mr. Garcia knows of that. And even the attorney, Ryan, has been in some of the meetings as we work together to really look at the limitations from each of the government agencies, and also look at how we can be able to close the loopholes, if you will, in a government system. And I got to tell you, it's amazing. I just feel like I'm in a meeting with the Avengers. I don't know if you guys saw that movie, but a whole bunch of superheroes with amazing gifting and talent. But you know, in the beginning part, their strengths was their fears, and they couldn't work together, and they got their butts kicked. But the second half of the movie, they got tired of their butts getting kicked, and they said, hey, we got to start working together. And that's exactly what's happening, and it's been incredible. So I just want to share that. And because of that, these agencies are wanting to work together and partner together. And let's be honest, there's some distrust, there's some hurt wounds and so forth. But I see there's hope. I see people are coming together. So with that said, that's a brief update of what's happening. But there's one more thing, commissioners, for you folks to think about. I submitted a request for a contested case hearing. I'm not sure what the status is on that, That's pertaining to two other properties in the Kialana area. That has been a pain in people's side. So if you guys would take a look at that and see what I can do, what we can do as a community to help you folks to move forward some way in regards to that request for contested case hearing, I think we'll have an early Super Bowl. No matter who your NFL team is. No, serious. Come on, people. We need some first downs. We need some touchdowns, and we've got to start bringing hope back to our community. So I just ask for your continued prayers, for your continued support. I know there's a lot of things going to cost the state, but please don't forget Nanakuli. Okay, love you guys. Appreciate you, folks. Malama pono auiho. Happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, and aloha.
Thank you, Alan. I had a quick question. So you mentioned a contested case regarding what area?
Two properties on Kialana.
Keaulana.
Yes, Chair, Commissioner Tiruya knows about that. It's been a problem for a long time. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Chair is not here today, but I'll make sure that I pass this on to him. But I'm gonna request that you sign up for every J agenda and you be the first one every meeting. Because you're the most positive, enthusiastic person I've heard in a long time. But thank you very much. I noticed Patty has her hand up. Patty?
Yeah, thank you for saying that. What do I call you, Mr. Kaapu, our chairman today?
David.
Thank you. And it's really true. When you have a pastor from Nanakuli, homegrown, opening up this meeting with all his energy, it's just so blessed. We are blessed with Pastor Cardenas. He is also my pastor at Nanikapono Protestant Church, one of the oldest churches in the homestead, I can say that. But his energy to bring our community together in Nanakuli has been just awesome. It's just not sitting back, and so they did make progress. He's out there just working with our community, making it safe for everyone, for our kupunas, and for our keikis and our schools. But we appreciate you, Pastor, for your energy and working with the commissioners and also with our chairman. And thanks to the staff that came out and heard us. That's really awesome to have our chairman out there and to support Nanakuli and the problems that we were having. He mentioned Kealana, and this issue it came up several times to the commission by several members, and it was expressed from the department that Pastor and Representative Eli and the community bring the 911 reports to the commission and to the chairman, and working with Garcia in order to get a contested case hearing. And so I think if we can look and talk to our chairman regarding that, or also Juan Garcia, where are we with that? I know that the documents went to the department. And so from that step, what is the next step to get this contested case hearing? I don't want to mention too much of the House, but it has been an ongoing problem for years on Nanakuli Homestead. And community members did step up boldly to bring this concern up. So that's the question that we're waiting for is when are we moving forward? What's going to happen on this contested case hearing on this initial property? And it's, I mentioned that because it's still going on, and so it didn't stop, and I'm not sure what the department did with either sending letters or when to visit them, but I know that our HPD forces have been, keeping an eye out. Pastor Allen and his team also went ahead to start a neighborhood security watch. And so, the ownership that the community and beneficiaries are taking, it is just an awesome step to say, hey, we don't want this kind of riffraff in our community. We are not allowing people to abuse their privilege to be in Hawaiian Homestead. It's a privilege. It's an opportunity. And so if you're going to screw up, aole, we're going to get you out. But again, thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to speak. And thank you, Pastor Allen. I love you. God bless you. And thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Likewise.
Thank you, Commissioner Taruya. Dennis?
Yes, thank you, Pastor, for your testimony this morning. It's always encouraging to, you need that point of the spear, and you are the point of the spear that keeps things alive. You're that torch that says, no, that's not enough. Come on, we got to get involved. But you do bring up some good points about terms in the agreement that people sign. And I think we need to look at that. The department needs to look at that, advice of the commission, to look at certain things that we should highlight. Because even myself, when you're out there and you get ready to sign your agreement, you say, where do I sign? Where do I sign? You never read it. You look around the community and say, oh, that means I could bring in some junk cars. That means I could do this over here. Take some time, sit down and say, okay, these are important issues that we have problems within our community. And it is a privilege. So I think those are very good, important points that we should look at when we're going through the whole process, sit down and say, okay, you're getting ready to sign, hold off. These are important key items we need to speak about. So anyway, thank you for your testimony this morning. And I really appreciate it. Very encouraging. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Zachary?
Thank you, David. Yes, Pastor Allen, you're so very encouraging, very positive, and like David was saying, and it's a great way to open up this meeting. So, I understand, the situations that you guys are going through in your community. And, as long as we got people like you, I think at the end of the tunnel, it'll be bright. So, we have to think positive. But to open the meeting, to have this energy and this positive attitude, wow. So I hope everybody else will be like you. Thanks, Alan.
Mahalo, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments?
Can I just make one comment?
Yes, Patty.
Yeah, real quick. Pastor Allen, we have our Nanakuli Ma'ili Neighborhood Board meeting tonight on virtual. I urge you to come on and join in. Bring that energy spirit. I'm going to need that tonight. So I want to invite you tonight and highlight and update us of what you folks are doing. That would be really nice for the community to know on the neighborhood board level. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Will do.
Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate it. But I have one question. How come everybody calls you Pastor and not Kahu?
Good question. Good question.
Okay, thank you, Kahu Cardenas.
If I could share one more thing, Chair and Commissioners, just remember in life, darkness is not the problem. Lack of light is. So let your light shine and the world would be a better place because of that. So mahalo. Thank you.
Okay, mahalo. Thank you. Let's do Blossom. We're going to go to J6, Blossom Pitera. Morning, Blossom. You just need to unmute. Morning, Randy.
Morning.
Morning, Randy.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. Good morning.
Well, I was actually waiting for everybody else to speak, but that's okay. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Vice Chair. Okay, to start off, Mr. Chair, thank you. Vice Chair, I just wanted to bring up a couple of things that's been happening in Maui County since our last conversation with you. Beneficiaries have been working very hard on Maui in pushing forward the projects that we have lining up. Currently, we have been working with our county council to exempt DHHL projects from their water availability ordinance, which allows them to be able to secure water directly from the county. We have also been advocating at both county council and at the administrative level for the inclusion of infrastructure funds to help pay for some of the infrastructure needs particularly in Honokawai and in Leali'i for our water. And that is moving forward very quickly. One of the key things that had come up in the general planning meetings that we've had recently is the request again to reinstate the undivided interest lessee program, particularly for Maui, Honokawai, and Leali'i. Mr. Vice Chair, over the past 18 months, I want to say, we've lost about 7 kupunas that are on the wait list. Of those 7 kupuna, 5 of them were part of the original planning group that came forward in 2004 that worked on the original Honokawai master plan. What is unfortunate is that their successors are not eligible to take their place on the wait list. And so we are in a place now where we still have about 8 or 9 kupuna that are actually in the top 500 of the wait list, who is in the same situation. They are in their late 70s, early 80s. Their health is declining, and they're looking forward to try and see how to secure their lessee rights on behalf of their children and grandchildren. Now, we brought this request to the commission before in earlier testimony, and we'd like to revisit that conversation. I think it's more and more, it has become very obvious, excuse me, that our kupuna are really sincere in trying to secure these lessee rights. They're aged, they're frail, and they're looking for their successors to be able to take their place. Much of the successes that we have achieved over the past 2 years in moving our projects forward has been a result of these successors actively participating as their own advocates. They are young, they are intelligent, they have the stamina to be able to pick up this kuleana called the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. And we would do well to be able to pay attention to their desires as well as the desires of our kupuna. The other thing that has come to our attention is we have a whole bunch of new lessees in Waihuli from the Undivided Interest Program. And they are having issues with their telecommunication service. I know that San Michelle Communications and Paniolo Cable is under your executive session today. And while I know that trying to navigate all of these legal issues can be very time consuming, for the families that are in Waihuli who have to leave their home and drive down the road to a public area to be able to access Wi-Fi services so their children can do their homework is unacceptable.
Awesome.
Clearly, we need to do something.
Yeah, can I ask you a question? So what particularly is the problem? Is that the telecommunications were never hooked up, or they're just not working?
Oh no, it's actually hooked up. The issue is the connectivity service. Drop calls, inability to hook up to the internet. Makes it very difficult for the kids especially to be able to do their homework.
So they have service, it is just not working. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's not adequate. Like I said, drop calls, drop internet. And so it's they're just having a really difficult time with connectivity is what it is.
Thank you.
And so once again, I know I brought this to the commission before earlier this year, and we see no improvement in the service. Kahiki Nui is worse than it was before. And so clearly, commissioners, if there's anything you can do to help address this issue, we would be very grateful for that.
Is that it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I didn't know how long your list was today, so I was just waiting. I
Oh,
will.
yeah, I know. No, actually, it's a very short list. Like I said before, we've been really busy.
I don't know if we lost you.
Are we still here?
Yep, go ahead. So you've been really
Okay.
busy.
No, we've just been really, beneficiaries have been really busy on the island, working hard with Stewart and LGD, as well as planning to get through the general planning process and finding opportunities to assist the department in moving our development projects forward, while building their own capacity to be able to be ready to accept a lot when these offerings happen. And so we've been concentrating a lot of effort on getting our beneficiary community prepared for these immense number of agriculture and residential lots that are coming down the pike for Maui. And so we're very appreciative of that. And as a result of that, we've begun to pick up that kuleana necessary to be able to prepare properly, so that we can move forward when the time comes. So, yeah.
Thank you. So I will make sure that I raise the two issues with Chair, which is the undivided interest program, and see maybe we can revisit that in an upcoming meeting. And the second, which is maybe more pressing, is the Waiahuli and Kaikinui connectivity issues with the, I guess it's Sandwich Isles, is that correct?
Yeah, so, and it's a little bit complicated for Waiahuli because in the original Waiahuli Phase 1, San Michel Communications was not in existence just yet, right? And so they have access to Spectrum, to Hawaiian, right? To all of the other telecommunications company. On the other half, it's not the same, right? The conduits are San Michel Communications. And so they don't have access to Hawaiian Tel or to Spectrum. And in fact, have been told by Spectrum when they went to inquire, is that where Spectrum services ends in Waiahuli, in order to take it to the new section, the customer has to pay for that extension of the conduit. And we're not quite sure exactly what that cost is. They're going to go and find out and let me know, and then we can bring that to the department to see what can be done about that. But we've got 45 up and coming families with children in school that are taking advantage of this opportunity, and to hear their frustration is not well.
I understand.
So clearly we need to figure out some kind of a solution, right?
Yeah. Stuart, do you know anything about the connectivity? I'm calling Stuart just because he happened to be here. Oh, the deputy is here as well.
Hello.
Yeah.
Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Administrator for Land Development Division. Aloha Blossom, thank you for the short list. And
Aloha, Stuart.
And appreciate the shout out to LDD. So, we've been working real closely together on all of the projects on Maui. So as far as connectivity in both Kula, Waiahuli, and Keokea, so my understanding is that there are conduits, SIC conduits in all of those subdivisions. At one time, I understand that Spectrum was going to lay their cable within Kula res lots, but I don't know that they got into any agreement with SIC to sublease cable space. The good news I think in all of those subdivisions is that we have overhead electrical. And so there could be an opportunity for other carriers to come in overhead And so I know the cost for one individual to request spectrum service is roughly about $5,000. That's what we, the information that we received. But if I think if it's for the entire subdivision, I think it might be worthwhile to at least consider and to take a look at that so that better service can be provided to the the hundreds of beneficiaries in the subdivision.
Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you, Stuart.
Yeah, aloha.
So I'll let Chair
Aloha.
know and we'll get something back to you before the next meeting. Right, Leah?
Right.
Okay. Leah said okay. So question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
I have no lack of authority today, so because the chair. So Dennis, question.
Yes, Blossom, I just, you mentioned a county exemption on some type of water issue. What can you expound on that a little bit?
Yeah, so about 10 years ago, we were having such an issue with developers using water indiscriminately that the county council passed a law, an ordinance, and essentially it's called a show me the water bill. So in other words, in order for a developer to develop a project, they have to be able to identify, locate, and access a water source outside of the county. The county has another ordinance that is particular to affordable housing projects. So if your project is 100% affordable, you are exempt from the show me the water bill. Okay. Because the Department of Homelands is unable to meet the quote unquote affordable housing criteria, because we're not allowed to, the department is not allowed to identify those that meet the income criteria for affordable housing, right? We have to go according to the rank order of the wait list. But because the representation of our beneficiaries is very high on that economic scale, the county recognizes their fiduciary obligation to beneficiaries, initiated a resolution to exempt Hawaiian Homes from that water availability bill. So what that means, Commissioner, is that we saved the department somewhere around $5 to $17 million every time we have to find, locate, and build a water system for that particular project, right? And it helps to move the process forward much quicker without that one key piece in the development schedule. And so we are very fortunate that we have members of the county council who are have expressed a desire to support their beneficiaries in Maui County. And they are actually putting their words to action by initiating resolutions and actually making recommendations to our beneficiaries on how to advocate for budget items, how to move that process forward. And so we have been very, very fortunate these past couple of years to have this county council in place. And I just wanted to bring that information to the commission that, you know, our beneficiaries are really serious about supporting the department's efforts. And they've taken an active role in advocating for themselves at the county level. So next step is having them advocate at the state level, right?
Yeah, well, you know, I commend you and the group and everyone you're working for is working through the local, you know, county to try to get some of these, advocate basically for all beneficiaries and for the department, saving us money and moving us forward. One other thing you mentioned is about the undivided interest. I'm an advocate of not creating a new rule, but looking at the old rule and see how we can make that rule work for what you're specifically talking about kapunas, trying to have a place that's on the list so they can hand that down. Because you're right, a lot of those kapunas that were around in 2004 were probably the ones that were designing and working to provide something for their children. And all of a sudden, now they pass and then other children are out. So I agree that that we should be looking at the undivided interest and maybe instead of, I think what we do now is undivided interest sort of has a choice on anything that comes up and maybe identify it to a location and leave it at that location. I think that sort of meets the purpose of working towards a project and then having your beneficiaries or your successors continue with that project, which you're sort of located. So I think that we can do some work on that. Talk to the department, see if we can adjust that policy. I think sometimes it's sort of, oh, it didn't work, we won't do it again. No, let's go back and revisit and see if we can do some things to make it work. So anyway, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Thank you, Blossom.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just to, if I may respond a little bit, I was one of the first undivided interest lessees that participated. Maui was the first island up that got those. And the challenge was this. We knew the department didn't have any real money for CIP at the time. This is in 2005. And so the recommendation from the beneficiary community is do not repeat the accelerated awards program where you identified meets and bounds and an area, okay, nor a time frame, because that was where things all got kind of mucked up. And what happened is when they presented the undivided interest to the beneficiaries, they named the area and a time frame and the size of the lots. Okay. So 15 years later, we still don't have undivided interest commitments, right? So the recommendation this time around is because we have projects on the ground already moving forward, we have a definitive timeline. We know how many lots are going to be available and what kind of lots are going to be available. The undivided interest program can then be identified for those particular areas. The other concern that came up was that people were jumping the wait list, not understanding the difference between applicant and lessee. But because the undivided interest program was geared specifically for those that were the highest on the wait list, our kupuna, we need to revisit that condition, right? And just concentrate on getting these leases out to those top 500 on the wait list.
Right.
And I think that'll move things a little bit faster and further. Knowing that they have something that they can pass on to their children immediately makes a really big difference in creating the incentive for these beneficiaries to participate actively, as you can see, and move the bar forward.
Thank you, Blossom. Yes, I understand. I was also on the undivided interest list for several years.
There you go.
So I understand. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dennis. Anyone else with questions? I'm looking at Randy.
Yeah, so thank you, Vice Chair. So Blossom, nothing to add, but as per usual, I always appreciate your very informative narrative. I think it's always helpful for all of us to know what our community is doing, how they are advocating for themselves, as well as supporting the department in creating the right partnership to achieve success. So thank you for the update. Nothing further to add. We are, once again, we'll be taking up the concerns raised by our Kahikinui and undivided Waiahuli residents regarding communications. We'll follow up on that once again. And as our Vice Chair promised, we will get back to you. So that's it.
I have to be careful because Chair is behind me, but he hasn't testified yet. So now I have to watch for things flying over my head. No, but thank you, Blossom. I think your idea of undivided interest for communities that are planned is kind of innovative, because I don't think we ever considered that, because it does. I mean, it's a finite award because they're coming, right? So it's not something that's sitting out there forever. And I think it does accomplish, the intention of getting it to the kupunas or the top 500 who have been waiting, and allowing them to then secure their interests as beneficiaries and not waitlisters. So thank you very much. I'm
Right.
sure the chair heard me too. So thank you. If there's no one else, we will see you the next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Blossom.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Blossom.
Mahalo, commissioners, for the time.
Mahalo, Blossom. Thank you.
Mahalo, Blossom.
Okay, next on the list, we're gonna go to J3, which is Keikoa Inamoto. Good morning, Keikoa. Oh, you're muted, and it looks like you're driving.
Good morning, commissioners. Aloha.
Aloha.
Thanks. Yes, well, I'm in my car. I just came out of a doctor's appointment. That's why I couldn't come on in my position as the third on the list or fourth on the list. But so I want to mahalo you for receiving my advocacy this morning. And I am Keikoa Inamoto, a 36-year Maui beneficiary and a statewide homelands leader, currently serving Pa'upena Community Development Corporation, the Maui Lina i Mokopuni Council, and the Sovereign Council of Hawaiian Homestead Associations. I would like to advocate on 3 subjects: undivided interest lessees, cultural reserves on trust lands, and beneficiary water rights. First, I ho'omahalo West Maui County Councilwoman Tamara Paulton for presenting a resolution for her council colleagues to support the Hawaiian Homes Undivided Interest Lease Program. In this vein, I propose that DHHL offer 1,100 Maui waitlisters to become undivided interest lessees. This would be to fill an estimated 60 Waiahuli undivided interest empty slots, as well as to give undivided interest status to those whom DHHL will make 200 homestead awards at Leali'i 1B and 813 at Honokawai, all in Lahaina. Second, I thank DHHL water consultant Jonathan Likeke Shoyer for Zooming with beneficiaries earlier this month concerning a $2 million legislative appropriation to extend the upcountry non-potable agricultural water line to the Keokea farm lots. I also thank DHHL Planning Office Acting Program Manager Andrew Choi for committing to contract Kahuliao, a University of Hawaii Law School entity, to instruct beneficiaries on the East Maui irrigation scenario and on best practices to advocate before the Commission on Water Resource Management, or CWRM. The advocacy would be for CWRM to approve DHHL's request for a water reservation of 11 million gallons per day to upcountry homelands. With this water source and a $2 million legislative appropriation, Schroyer confirmed that beneficiaries could interface with the State Department of Agriculture to construct the upcountry Maui non-potable ag water line extension to Keokea. Finally, I ho'omahalo DHHL Land Development Division Acting Administrator Stuart Matsunaga and Community Planning and Engineering Consultants Frank Camacho and Travis DeFries for presenting a PowerPoint last Monday on the department's efforts to encumber by June 30, 2022, a $900,000 legislative appropriation to implement Waiahuli Keokea Cultural Preserves management plans. I also thank DHHL planner Julianne Moani Keala-Kochola for providing those management plans to beneficiaries and for participating in that Zoom session. So the issue is a steward and his consultants, their PowerPoint indicated that DHHL wants to contract the consultants to use that $900,000 to instruct a handful, about 7 Keokea lessees on the archaeological features on their homesteads and on how to and provide some protocol on how to malama those. And the balance of the $900,000 they're going to use, the consultants are proposing to use for assessment, drainage assessment. And so My mana'o on this situation is that I feel DHHL should contract an archaeological restoration firm and not an engineering firm to do these Waiahuli Keokea cultural preserves management plans that were authored by Scientific Cultural Services in 2004. So those cultural plans are extant, they are existing. And the legislature appropriated actually originally $1 million to implement those cultural plans. This consultant firm has used up $100,000 of it. So there's $900,000 balance that Stewart indicated need to be encumbered by June 30th. And by encumbered, he means a contract needs to be finalized with a consultant firm to utilize that $900,000. First of all, I feel, okay, so I mentioned that there should be an archaeological restoration firm hired and not an engineering firm. That's my mana'o. Secondly, and more importantly, I feel that the $900,000 should be utilized as intended by the legislature. And that is to implement those the Keokea Waiahuli Cultural Preserves management plans. And I actually also feel there should be beneficiary consultations on how that $900,000 should be spent. Yeah, that's my mana'o on that. So, in conclusion, I would like to see 1,100 Maui waitlisters be designated undivided interest lessees to preserve their entitlements for not only for themselves, but especially for their 25% successor beneficiaries. Secondly, I would like the department to encumber that $2 million legislative appropriation, CIP funding, for the extension of the non-potable ag water line to the Keokea farm lots, which is long overdue. Some years ago, Tasha Kama, who's now a county councilwoman, and she and I are regional Keokea lessees, and she founded the Keokea Association. She went to Senator Inouye, asked him for funding to have that non-potable ag water line go to Keokea. Senator Inouye agreed. He said, I will give you federal funding if the state and county will match it, which the state and county did match it. But the water line only went to Lower Chemo Drive. It did not come out to Keokea farm lots, which it was originally intended to do. And so I want the department, I would like to see the department encumber that funding. I don't want to see it lapse for the $2 million. And Stewart has maintained that the Department of Agriculture said that there's no water source. There is transmission, but there's no water source. But now the department conceivably will have Seaworm approve its water reservation of 11 million gallons per day. Shorter said there is water source now. Prospectively, there is water source. So the beneficiaries are, I'm going to lead the beneficiaries in advocating before Seaworm to approve that water reservation, and I'm going to lead them to interface with the Department of Agriculture to construct that water line, because there is now a water source. And lastly, I would like to see beneficiary consultations for the use of that $900,000 legislative appropriation for the implementation of the Keokea Waiahuli Cultural Preserve Management Plans, and not for it to be used by an engineering firm to do drainage assessment. No, that is not what the legislature intended that funding to be used for, and I want to see the funding done as it was intended. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Kikoa. On the water, the non-potable water system, where does it end now?
Lower Chemo Drive, which
How
is
far away
about,
is-
it's about 10 miles away.
Okay. So, and so it services, does it service farms where it ends, up to where it ends? Is there sufficient?
That's correct. That's correct. So all of the farms, Hawaiian and non-Hawaiian, beyond that, extending to Keokea, are using potable water to irrigate their crops and their livestock. and we want, I'm advocating that water line be extended as Senator Inouye intended it to be, out to us out here, 10 miles beyond where it is now.
I see. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions for Keikoa this morning?
Yeah, I have some comments. Kikoa, mahalo for, again, a very informative update. I think what you as well as Blossom are indicating, there's a lot of activity on Maui, a lot of advocacy. And you know, we have a county council, well, we have our staff, of course, that have really worked hard to support these initiatives. We have Dr. Shower as well, but you know, we have a county council that's been very supportive of Hawaiian homestead initiatives. So that's a lot to be grateful for. But I wanted to go back to your request that rather than have an engineering firm handle the burial preserve, you want an archaeological firm to take that on. Is that what I heard you asking?
Yes, and you know, I am meeting with a beneficiary slash DHHL task force, which I formed the beginning of this month, and I'm meeting with them every Monday at 4:30 on Zoom. And at yesterday's meeting,
Blind spot.
Did we lose?
It appears we have lost.
We lost Keikoa.
Yeah.
Keikoa, if you are hearing us, if you don't mind signing back in.
Since we have this minute, can you if he is Richard Malaki?
Okay, while we're waiting for
Wait,
Keikoa.
and then you can say that. Sorry. Okay, ask.
Okay, while we're waiting for Keikoa to sign back in, there's someone signed in as an iPhone. Is that Richard Malaki?
He's muted.
Oh, it's Keikoa?
No, she's back though.
Okay,
this
we'll bring Keikoa back. Thank you.
Be on the iPhone, Donna.
Oh, okay, Keikoa, you're back.
I'm sorry, I got disconnected somehow. Monique Alcatola indicated that there is an entity extant that would be appropriate for this, and it's actually led by Kaleo Manuel. It's a group of Kaleo received his master's degree in archaeological restoration, and he has a group of cultural practitioners who, you know, might be appropriate for that. She and I intend to contact Kaleo, but you know, right now, Pa'opena is in the final steps of our due diligence on the 127-acre parcel of country, and the department has contracted with Aina Archaeology on a Maui-based firm. And so there are firms out there that I believe, you know, would be appropriate to do that versus an engineering firm to implement those management plan, what I call management utilization plans for those 114 acres at Keokea and Waiahuli Undivided that have been designated cultural preserves. And they both, at Keokea is the major heiau in that ahupua'a, Molohai heiau. And at Waiahuli Undivided is the major heiau for Waiahuli ahupua'a, and that is Ka'imu Pe'elua heiau. And I've led hikes, and I led hikes with two archaeologists, and they've pointed out these features along with the Punawai, the Awai, the Uala mounds, the agricultural ahu. I mean, it's so rich, and for that $900,000 to be used for drainage assessment is not, you know, it's not the intention, and we as beneficiaries, I'm sure, would not be in favor of that.
Okay, thank you, Keikoa. So, Vice Chair, would it be possible to have Stuart weigh in on some of this mana'o?
Of course.
Well, thank you.
Aloha,
And
Commissioner, for the
I
invitation.
told Stuart, I'm not trying to be confrontational. I'm just, in the spirit of aloha, trying to express my mana'o.
Absolutely.
This is information sharing, Kekoa.
Mhm.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so on archaeological preservation in Waiahuli, what I'm going to be doing is going back to the original appropriation to look at the language and the intent of what was there, and I'll share that with you and with the Commissioner Awo and with Chairman Ayla, and so and then we can get some clarity on that. With our contract with community planning and engineering, they are engaging an archaeological sub-consultant. And so we can talk about that a little bit more to see what their scope of work is. We felt that, the appropriation really, it's like a starting point because it really cannot do justice for all of the archaeological preserves within Keokea, Waiahuli, and even within the Kula residence lots. I mean, that entire area and it's really, really rich in cultural resources. So we feel that this is just a starting point that we need to then go back to the legislature to request more funds. The other challenge that LDD has is that, our main focus is lot development. And so our resources, our staffing, and our focus is to get to construction with Waiahuli, the undivided interest area, Leali'i, Honokawai, and Pu'unani. So, that's where our focus is right now. And so we need to get those projects, that construction going so that we can address the current undivided interest list as well as applicants on the wait list. And so I appreciate your comments, Kekoa, and we'll continue to work together on that. Let's see, and regarding the appropriation, the $2 million appropriation that you mentioned, so that money is encumbered in a design contract. And so with the new news regarding DHHL's EMI, potentially a reservation, if that gets approved, then that I agree that will provide the source for ag water resources that can then go towards providing for Keokea. So that information was not available to us when we first hired, again, community planning and engineering to do design work for the water system. And at that time, DOH told us that there was no source. But, the good news is that, we have this potential for EMI reservation. So we look forward to that, and we look forward to working with the community on that. And so Andrew Choi and Jonathan is leading the charge on that. And I think we have some meetings coming up with CWORM shortly on that. So we'll keep you updated and appreciate your comments. You always got good comments. So, no worry, I can handle.
So Stuart, $2 million that's available, is that sufficient to do transmission lines of 10 miles?
I'm not sure if that distance is 10 miles, but I mean, we don't know because this is new. So we're gonna have to rescope the contract. We're looking at other alternatives to to that ag water line and looking at even potentially well development, because that is also going to be needed in the Keokeo Waihuli area for future development. So we thought we could look at different alternatives, but I think we'll refocus back on new water source, and subject to that being approved, then we can always switch our gears on that.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you,
Okay.
Keikoa.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you, Keikoa.
I think she disappeared on us again. We're going to move to J4, Cora Schnackenberg.
Twice. Sorry. I let one in and you let the other one in.
The twins. I think, oh, there you are.
Aloha.
Aloha, Cora. Welcome.
Okay, first and foremost, mahalo everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I do have a PowerPoint to share with you all. Can you hear me?
Aloha, Cora. Is your live feed on? If it is,
First and foremost, mahalo everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I do have.
Okay. And now you're muted.
To save lives, your life and everyone else's life, is people getting vaccinated. And there are a lot of issues about
Still muted.
You asked about what, yeah, sorry, go ahead. No, I just.
Cora, can you unmute?
I think it's so important. You know, when I talk to you and other doctors about what has actually worked to get more people vaccinated, it tends.
Cora, you're muted. Can you hear me? Can you unmute? Yeah, we can't hear you. Julie, can you take the screen down quickly until she...
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you and we can see
you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
What's going on?
We
Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Screen down quickly
Yes.
so she...
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, hear you and we can see
you hear
Yes.
Okay, are we good now?
No, I think you have your live stream on. Can you
I
turn
turned
that
it
off?
off.
Okay.
Wait, let me see. Let me
Oh, you
see.
have two. You have
I
two.
do have two
Zooms
things.
open.
You know why? Because I was sign in, and so let me get out of this one.
Okay. You actually look better on the second one because I can see you.
There we go. We good, right?
Okay, thank you.
Oh my God. Okay. Sorry about that. I do have a PowerPoint that I want to share with all of you. In 2020, you folks had allocated money on a side for our environmental assessment. So in sharing this PowerPoint, several things that I would like you to keep in mind is the impact and also the terrain. These are good stuff, and that's a good stuff, but we're working closely with G70, and they're great partners as well with your planning office too. So in the back, this is the school, this is Kilahana School, and the back is a mountain, that is Ualapu'e. Next slide, please. And by the way, Julie, mahalo for helping our slide. Next slide, Julie. Thank you. When we first started, we went in with a proposal of 2 parcels. That is parcel 17, a really big piece area, and to the corner left, parcel 26. And then what happened is with the collaboration that we were having with the planning office, they also added the vacant lots to include under the project of Ualapu'e. So all those gray area falls under the Ualapu'e Kuleana project. Next slide, please. This is a different view. So again, those really gray area is the HHL. I wanted to share in the corner left, the corner right, right side, that really dark red area and that small box area of the proposed, approved, I guess, fire department, county fire department. And the whole entire thing around it is DHL. Now, the top right of this rectangle is actually the right, on the right side. Yeah, that area is TMK 36. The lower one is TMK 27. So I just wanted to shed lights that this red thing, right, was going to go past 36. That's what was proposed to you at that last meeting with Maui County. That whole red area goes straight across, which would interfere with all these parcels on the right. On the left corner, down by the corner, yeah, that is Halipo Maikai. This is the recovery service. His recovery service is in this area. This is TMK 21. The reason why I shared that is that give you a whole perspective in conjunction with all the other areas as well. And so that's FYI. Okay, next, we got to get to the meat of this. Next slide. These are the task force that is accompanying the G70 that does the environmental study in preparation for the settlement plan. Next slide, please. These all cameras here is Ahanui Task Force, which is the Culture Resource Management Task Force. This is where they all went. This is where we start tagging all the photos that you'll be seeing. But this is, you talk about, yeah, so this is the impact of the fence. We're going to keep showing you how the erosion and the water impacts when it rains the sediment towards the fence. And the inside of the fence is the water tank. So yeah, okay, next slide, please. Next slide. This is the impact of what the water does when it rains really hard. This is an old road that eventually made its way down, and it's just it's impact, major impact. And so yeah, next slide. So this is just to give you an idea of the terrain and also the views. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so this is the newer road that just came up on the area. This is TMK 17, the big area. Next slide. So there's a riverbed that you have to cross over to get into another access that you could cross through the riverbed onto the land area that you see. Next slide. So this is where we already crossed over the riverbed. We went over to the grass area, and this is we're making our way up the hill. And this area, so you get dirt road and you got rocky road, and you're making your way to where that, where that star is. That's where we at right now. Yeah. So okay. This is another angle, another picture as we go further up to TMK 17. Next slide. These are all access roads currently. But the good news, there are good news, they plateau. So a lot of the area you go up, you plateau. This is a flat area on TMK 17. So they have plateaus and they go up. Next slide, please. So there is flat area and there are also some really good areas as well that is not affected by runoff. Next slide. So this is a beautiful flat areas as well, great for farming and dwelling. Next slide. So here we are up about where that star is. We are up around 1100 elevation. In this area, this is towards the cliff area where that red star is, overlooking the river. There's a riverbed further down. in the valley area. Next slide. On the upper area, there's a lot of cherry guava. Great, this all came naturally. It's really beautiful up there. Again, this is up at the 1100 elevation. Great soil. And when they were up there, they also had native and invasive plants. We did a lot of study as to how we can get rid of them and what it's, what the description of it and the elevation. Next slide, please. I just gave you guys just a little touch of what was going on up there. Next slide. And these are some native plants that we also saw. So there's two slides just to show you folks. Also, what it was used for, the description as well again. Next slide. This is an area down by TMK 26. This is the area of TMK 26 to the right of it. Some erosion. Next slide. The next slide is a little bit around, again, this is the fire department. What we did is we used a government road that they were going to be using and up to the water tank. But we're going to show you what the other terrain area of the other parcel looks like. Next slide. So again, this is the government road. This is Hali Pumaikai. And now we're going to take you around those tracks. Next slide. This is the area, again, so sorry. This is a proposed fire department. Again, sorry about that. Next slide. That would cover, we covered that. This is the well that DHH has on TMK 01 where Hali Pumaikai sits on. Okay, next slide. Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is significant sites that's also on in the area. And this is also TMK 27 on the border of 17, sorry, TMK 17 and 26. The is at. This is recently, G70 came up and met with our Ualapu'e culture practitioners. Uncle Earl Ka'ava felt that before we go outside of the Ualapu'e, we make sure we meet with the practitioners that's from Ualapu'e. So G70 met with the practitioners of fishermen, fish pond, tapa making artists that does stones. They carve into the stones, forget the right term. And so, yes, next slide. So they came and met with get their mana'o, get the history of the area and how would we be able to, preserve the area better. Okay, next slide. So these are just pictures. We had kupunas there. We had the task force, all church management task force was there as well. Next slide. Okay, next slide. I try to stay within my time. Okay, there's all the kupunas. Next slide. Okay, then we also met with the fire department. Next slide. I think this is still the practitioners. Okay, sorry. So they went up, they took the practitioners up to the areas to have them be familiar what the whole purpose of the project and have a sense of what is going on and, the expectation and what their mana'o would be. Next slide. Thank you, Julie. Next slide. So they went up, they did exactly what we did. They checked out the impact that we had informed them about prior to their involvement, and they had a chance to look at. And so they went and to review all the impact areas. Yep, that's the road that I was showing you that's been affected, impact. Okay, so this here is the Maui County Fire Department. department staff, and also from county council staff as well. So G70 also met with them to get their mana'o about the project. And again, every group they met, they had shared the different mapping that that was relevant to the group. So these are really great mapping from planning office that was provided to G70, and also G70 also had a drone that had flew by and they took all these pictures as well. Next slide. And then we ended with a debrief with association board and Kupuna advisory. And that's how we ended the evening. So I just wanted to share with all of you that, the money is not wasted. They are doing, they're really helping our people, our waitlisters to get on their land as quick as possible and as safe as possible. So mahalo for this opportunity. I just wanted to share with all of you that your time is really worth you folks' time, that you folks volunteered to really hear our voices. I wanted to say mahalo. I know it's not a tough job because you get to hear also our gripes as well. So any questions? Because I got one thing before I end. I just got one thing. So any questions regarding the PowerPoint?
So any questions for Cora?
I have comments. Cora, I really appreciated the presentation you showed us here today. It's very informative, and it's really a beautiful aina that has appears to have really important cultural pieces to it that require protection, and it draws in all kinds of Native Hawaiian skill sets just to get this project moving forward properly. So thank you for sharing that today. It was well done.
I want to mahalo again, Julie Cotrola, who's helped me with this PowerPoint presentation. In ending my presentation, I'd like to address the commissioners that while I'm learning how to navigate through this system as well in this process, I did want to mention that maybe you can help me. Looking at this, I've identified that there's so many rules, and there are times, in my opinion, that the department violates their own rules. And when that happens, is there an appeal process that our beneficiary are able to submit to have things reheard and readdressed in a correct fashion? And sometimes I'm referring to beneficiary consultation. Not all the time we get that process. So when we are overlooked and our voice aren't heard, my question to you commissioners, is there an appeal process that will allow our voices heard? That's my question.
Okay, I don't know the answer, but specifically you're asking if there should be beneficiary consultation. If there's not beneficiary consultation, is there an appeal process for that? Is that what you're asking?
That's what I'm asking. And I probably might be using the wrong term, but that's the best I would describe it for now. Yes, that is correct.
So is this, and I don't particularly understand what.
So I'll put content to this. Okay. Maybe you're asking for content.
For context.
I'm actually expressing a Kalapapa process. I don't think there was a license that was a 45-year license. When the department was also having the land use general plan process, it didn't include Kalapapa because it was at that time, Kalaupapa license would have been along, it was closed for expiration for relicense and renewal. And that never came up to the community of Molokai beneficiaries. And so I felt that our voice was never heard, or the opportunity to be heard wasn't allowed, or wasn't, I don't know, thought of, or, and so the other thing is, not all the community members and beneficiaries feel that exploiting the area of our Hawaiian, our ancestors and our ohana is the right thing to do, and that area is that can put more people on the land that is on a wait list. And that hasn't been thought of because we never have an opportunity to vent all of this with our beneficiaries. So with that being said, when the rules are violated, it's a process that our beneficiary can appeal and be heard. And so that is and I don't expect to put all of you under the bus, my apology, but that would be something I would really want you folks to look into in representing the beneficiaries.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there's a couple of assumptions I think that you make. One,
Okay.
that rules were broken, and again, I don't know enough about your question. I understand it's about Kalaupapa, but I don't know where that is in the process. I know that Andrew Choi has miraculously popped up on our screen, so I'm assuming he can add some context to your question.
Okay,
Andrew?
thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioner Ka'apu. Hello, Cora.
Hi.
I think so. Just to for context, the department and the commission approved the beneficiary consultation policy in 2009. The policy requires beneficiary consultation for 4 instances. One is the long-term disposition of Hawaiian homelands, and I believe that's what Cora is referring to. The department and the commission approved a general lease to the National Park Service in the early 90s. So the beneficiary consultation policy was enacted after the commission's approval of the long-term disposition to the National Park Service in the early 90s. And I believe what Cora is and other Molokai beneficiaries have been voicing to the department is that during the National Park Service's general management plan process, they felt that the National Park Service's process was inadequately incorporating our beneficiaries' voice. And there hasn't been as much oversight as needs to be to make sure that their voices are heard in the management of this special place. So I believe Cora's concern is that, one, the department in the early 90s didn't do the beneficiary consultation, and 2, during the National Park Service's planning process, beneficiary voices haven't been adequately heard or incorporated into the National Park Service's plans.
That was well said, Andrew. Thank you. Yes, that brought clarity. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I guess what I will ask Chair is, what is the process on a going forward basis to include the beneficiaries' voices regarding Kalaupapa? And I know we have looked at that issue from time to time, but I'm not quite sure where it is in the process, Andrew.
So the department brought forth an idea to the commission to do a working group, a small working group with beneficiaries who have been closely involved in the National Park Service's planning process, as well as beneficiaries who have ties to Kalaupapa, either through Latino descent or have family members buried in Kalaupapa. So we've had two meetings with this working group. We're having a third one on later this month. And these initial meetings, these initial 3 meetings, really was to talk with this small group about the process of how we have a larger consultation with beneficiaries regarding Kalaupapa. And by process, I mean, what should we focus the discussion on? How best should we outreach? What should be the timing of these meetings? But the first 2 meetings have really been focused on the what. We know that there has been strong sentiment that the National Park Service has, from the beneficiaries' perspective, that the National Park Service has not really been in their view, been the best steward possible for the area, and that their presence has caused some piukia. But so we want to make sure that as we move forward in consultation, that we identify issues, but we also identify a process in which we can sufficiently address those issues and make sure that it's a good use of everyone's time, that we can identify effective means in which to address some of these misgivings that are currently occurring at Kalaupapa.
Okay, so status-wise, is there any time frame where you expect the issues that you raised to come before the commission?
At this time, no. I don't have a time frame for which issues would come to the commission for action. We can brief the commission, we can provide information to the commission, but in terms of an action for the commission to take, I don't have a time frame.
And is there a time frame for conducting a further beneficiary consultation with the Molokai beneficiary?
Outside of the working group meeting that we will have later this month, no, we don't have a definitive time frame. I think when we meet with the working group later this month, we can talk about what a general time frame is for having larger meetings with our beneficiaries.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to open it up to questions. I know, Zachary, you had raised your hand, and then to Commissioner Tarua and then Commissioner Kaupu.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, Andrew, for the clarification. And also, Cara, thank you for your presentation and testimony. Yeah, I'm glad that you had the opportunity to share that concern of yours and of course our beneficiaries for Molokai regarding consultation for Kalaupapa. And hopefully in the near future, you will get some answers on that. But I just wanted to thank you for continuing to engage with all of the beneficiaries on Molokai, especially for those that are involved in the Hanui Homestead Association. So, and that PowerPoint presentation was very effective. And, I'm just wanting to point that out, Cora. And yeah, just continue to keep me in the loop. Okay. So that's all I got to say, and mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zachary. Patty?
Yeah.
I think Russell's hand was up. Wait,
Oh, I'm
wait
sorry.
longer.
I was paying attention to Andrew, so I didn't see whose hand came up first. Commissioner
Okay.
Kaupu?
Thank you, and no problem, Vice Chair. I wanted to ask Andrew a question on this. You mentioned the beneficiary consultation policy, you called it. So is it where is the policy enacted, or where is it recorded? Is it in minutes of commission meetings, or has it been reduced to regs, or?
It is in the, since it is a policy, it shows up in the commission minutes. It is, right now, it is just a policy. It doesn't, there are no administrative rules related to the requirement of conducting beneficiary consultation. In the planning system administrative rules, there is mention of the types of beneficiary consultation that the department can engage in. And by types, I mean the different scales of consultation, from statewide consultation to more regional consultation on specific regional specific issues. But the requirement to do beneficiary consultation is in policy and not rule.
Can I ask you, can I see a copy of those minutes, or wherever that policy is recorded, just for my own benefit?
Sure.
Yeah. It looks like the vice chair was mistaken also.
Well, I do know that we have it in the administrative rules as far as the different types of consultation.
So that's what Andrew just.
Yeah. So, but I did not know that there were further policies defining it.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, Carl, for your presentation. And I'm not going to talk about Kalapapa or anything on consultation, but I did want to bring up comments about beneficiary consultation. And Commissioner Kaupu brought up a good question. The policy is in the administrative rules, or a policy, but the beneficiary consultation, really, if you take a look at this, it doesn't benefit the beneficiaries. And as long as I served on this commission, when we had items and projects that came to us as commissioners to take action, the beneficiary consultation, what I couldn't figure out was it was always after the fact. So it comes to the commission, we talk about it, we vote on this, and then they plan a beneficiary consultation. But the commissioners already took a position. And so the beneficiary consultation is just like a format that they go through. Oh, we did go to a beneficiary consultation. We only had a few members. And that's what I don't understand, is that before it comes to the projects come to the commission, shouldn't we have a beneficiary consultation prior to the projects coming to us? And we need to listen to what the community feels about these projects. If they want these projects, and so it's always after the fact, we make a decision, and then we're going to have our beneficiary consultation. These administrative rules does not benefit beneficiaries. Trust me, it benefits the department and moving their projects forward. Something is weird here, and I just don't understand as I see these projects moving forward. It's like the casino bill 2020. Let's bring that out. The commission went through this and we made a decision, and then they have an after the fact beneficiary consultation. We hear these concerns after we make a decision. These administrative rules set up in the past or this future, it doesn't benefit beneficiaries because we already made a decision. And so we just go through the momentum of listening and having these beneficiary consultations in community. And where does that go? Where does that go? And so it's just a comment that this body needs to take a look at these rules, because if it's not benefiting beneficiaries and it's benefiting the department, then something's wrong with this picture. And I just want to express that since I've been serving, I've been watching all these projects, and I've been hearing these concerns by the beneficiaries after the fact, after we all vote. And so that's something to consider. I am going to, and so I am going to bring this up because For instance, the solar energy CBR projects, that's the governor's project. Is it the beneficiary's project? So after the fact, Andrew, and I'm glad you're here because in 2020, in October, September, one beneficiary consultation in Nanakuli on a big issue of proposing a Nanakuli solar farm on DHHL land where the community don't appreciate that. We never had anything else. They never heard, you guys said you were coming back. Ole, you did not go back. But this body went vote to push the governor's energy projects through, and it including Nanakuli and the 2 solar farms in the Big Island. So, point blank, I mean, this is what it is. It doesn't benefit beneficiaries. And so we sit here hours and hours and listen to this. I mean, it's like a waste of time because if it doesn't benefit beneficiaries, it ain't right. It ain't right. It really ain't right. And it benefits this department, then there's a problem there. It has to be looked at or changed. These administrative rules has to be thoroughly looked. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just wanted to share my manao on beneficiary consultation.
I know I gotta leave soon, but I did want to say mahalo. These projects are supposed to have champions, and it's supposed to be by the beneficiaries. So if these projects are not the beneficiary related, then we're losing. Then you folks are not looking out for us, the beneficiaries. So I do have some concern. I'm asking the commissioners to look further into it because you give us, but you put a tape on our mouth, and that's not right. And so mahalo. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry it went over time. Thank you, Commissioner Patty. Mahalo.
Thank you, Cora. So Patty, my understanding and my experience has been that before we take action on like a disposition of property and it goes out to beneficiary consultation, that it comes to us the month before we take action. So we actually do review, and that's what we accept. That's why there's a motion to accept the beneficiary consultation. And we do that prior to taking action on the particular item. That's been my experience. I don't know specifically about Nanakuli and what happened last year. I'm just not familiar with that project, so I don't remember it.
Well, I think you voted for the renewable energy project, and Nanakuli was in it. So I can't believe you don't know about it. And so when you voted all about it, my turn now. When you vote on that whole project, you voted on it, and then the beneficiary consultation came in September 2020. After the vote wouldn't happen, Mr. Vice Chair. So that's all I'm sharing. Maybe you have to do some research and take a look at that.
Yeah, I will, because I just don't recall it. So, but that's my experience. That's how the department presents it to us.
And so, do you think that's actually feasible and right after the fact beneficiary consultation for the beneficiaries on projects that are presented?
No, that's why I'm saying. Normally, it comes to us to accept it. So before we take action. So since that's been my experience, that's why I don't recall the Nanakuli one. But certainly we can go take a look at it and bring it back. And for Commissioner Kaupu, I do know that there is, okay. So Leah just sent you the policy that's on the website for beneficiary consultation. If you can go and check your email, because it does say that it's required for 4 types of proposals: statewide policy issues, amendments to land use designations, development proposals, those are the external ones, and development of DHHL plans. So it is on our website and also in the HERs, but I think Katie is going to bring it over.
Does it say how much consultation that is required on land use deposition?
Right. So under 10-4-60, it tells the HARs address the types of beneficiary consultations that are available. And so one is comprehensive, which is statewide. Second is place-based, which is geographically specific. And it says notice shall be provided to existing homesteaders, waiting list applicants, and other Native Hawaiians who have registered with the department and who are associated with a geographic area impacted by the proposed action. The chairman shall determine the appropriate scope of the notice. The notice shall describe the proposed action and the date, time, and place of a public meeting to be held within the geographic area. And then it goes on. And then the third one is an ad hoc consultation, consists of the formation of an advisory body to provide input to the department for the preparation and amendment of any plan or implementing action. The chairman may select the advisory body subject to consultation and ratification by the commission for the preparation or amendment of any plan. And then the C is consultation methods. The department shall use its best efforts to employ diverse and creative notification and participation methods that reach the intended audience in the most effective, yet efficient manner. So it's under 10-4-60, and then it's within our website. But Andrew, you had a comment?
I did, but I also see Commissioner Kaupu's hand up, so I just wanted to know.
You might
if
be
you
able
want to
to
go.
add some context, and then we'll go to.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, Andrew, I was gonna ask if you could provide some context on the timing of consultation and whether it's required in the policy or in the rules to happen before the commission approval of something or following it. And I just don't know the background of the policy and what was discussed in implementing the policy. Thank you.
Okay, sure. I can provide that context. And I was just gonna also provide context for the renewable energy solicitation as well. But I will address Commissioner Kaupu's request first because it's the larger context, and then talk specifically about the renewable energy solicitation process. So in the beneficiary consultation policy, it requires the department to notify our beneficiaries via mail prior to the consultation meeting. The consultation meeting on the specific subject matter is held. After the meeting is held, beneficiaries have an additional 30-day comment period to submit additional comments on the particular matter or topic of the consultation meeting. After that is done, at the next commission meeting, the department submits a beneficiary consultation report for the commission to accept as the record of beneficiary comments for that particular subject matter. Then after that, the commission is supposed to act on the subject matter. So that's the overall timing and process for the beneficiary consultation policy. Does that help clarify your question, Commissioner Kaupu?
Yep, it does. Thank you.
Okay.
And I know Commissioner Taruya pointed out the gambling action, and that was out of the ordinary, I think so, right? Because of the timing of being able to present that proposal, I guess. But in general, Andrew, you're saying we do the consultation first and then consider action?
That is the general flow. Yeah.
Thank you.
With regards to the renewable energy solicitation, I believe in August of 2020, the department brought to the commission an action to not approve a general lease or license, but the department brought an action to the commission to authorize the chair to solicit proposals from renewable energy developers in these three areas. That happened in, I believe, August or September of 2020. After the commission approved the authorization of the chair to solicit these parcels, then the department conducted beneficiary information meetings, which is information meetings about the department's intent to solicit these parcels for renewable energy developers to give us a proposal. So I believe, Commissioner Taria, that is the consultation meeting that you are referring to, that the department came out once last year to inform the community that yes, we are soliciting these parcels for potential renewable energy developers to submit a proposal to the development. Submit a proposal to the department for potential renewable energy development. The department received only one proposal for Nanakuli from a developer. That proposal at this current time, in our view, has some really incomplete information for us to come back to the community with. So for instance, in the Kalawa and Kauai High consultation, that developer provided us enough information that we could come out to the community and get community feedback on the developer's proposal. For the Nanakuli one, that current developer has not given us sufficient information to come back out to the community to get community thought on whether or not that development proposal should move forward.
So that one is not moving forward, is that correct?
No, can I comment on that to you, Andrew? Because the department has, they chose, ICAS is a developer. Let's bring it up. ICAS is a developer, and currently in Nanakuli, they have come out with their drones and they have done drone pictures in the Nanakuli ranch. And what is alarm is that the community don't know. And so this is the kind of communication we don't have, that the community, the beneficiaries adjacent to Nanakuli, they're like, what's going on? Why are these drones here? Why are they coming into the property? DHHL already has the developer in place. So let me correct you. You had one consultation just to Manao and hear of the community in August 2020. Your department said, we're going to come back to the community beneficiary consultation to share and to discuss more. Nothing has developed. This is going to be a year you folks didn't come back. But when you do activity in that site without community knowledge, that's very insulting. That's very sneaky. I'm going to be upfront. Sneaky, the department. And this is why the beneficiaries, they don't trust the department. They're too sneaky. And so you have a developer. You heard the community. Now, that's beneficiary consultation that should be discussed. Not see activity. When you see somebody excavate in your next door to your property, you're going to be wondering why they're excavating, because they're going to develop. And so that's why I'm kind of really upset, is that the community don't know. They don't hear from you guys. Can't call you, nobody answer. You know? And so this is a text that I got from your chairman this morning when I asked him, remember the question? It's part of due diligence. That's the question, that's his answer to me. That I'm going to tell my community, it's part of due diligence from your chairman of DHHL. Shame on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions regarding, I guess it's beneficiary consultation? Andrew? Nope.
Well, I just wanted to, just say that the department does want to consult with beneficiaries, and we want to make sure that the consultation adequately provides opportunity for comments. I think this commission has been very good about asking, has consultation been done before taking action on a particular item? I've heard it several times over, several decision-making actions that have been brought forth to you over the last several years. So I think, I know that this commission is very aware of the consultation requirement, not because it's a requirement, but because it brings value to the process and to your folks' decision making.
One last one. And I'm not ignoring that this commissioners are very bold. And I appreciate their support in their islands and in every island, that they are standing up to a lot of things. And I appreciate their hard work and their questions that they ask, that they can support this. So I ask the commissioners to openly look at this, what I'm explaining in my community as an Oahu commissioner, that we do have concerns of beneficiary consultation on this particular project. I respect every colleague on this commission. Trust me, I do. And I learned from them a lot. And I appreciate that. You're right. They are very bold, and I thank you all. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Dennis and then Zachary.
Yeah, Chair, I just have a comment. I mean, Commissioner Turio brought up that there's some activity going on. So I would request that the department advise the commission exactly what authority that this activity is going on without the approval of the commission. That's all I'm asking. So if we can get that information, I appreciate it.
Yeah, we can do that. But my experience has been, normally the department will come to us and ask for a right of entry for something. And we approve that so people can go and do their due diligence. Mm-hmm. For example, part of the Kalawa and the Kauai High, they came to us for a right of entry so that people can go in there. I think the expectation is that there will be some information that comes back to us. So I don't know, since in the Nanakuli issue, it seems like if the developer didn't come back to the department, then we haven't received that information. And maybe that's where the gap is in the information, right? Is because we've issued a right of entry, and perhaps that right of entry is still active, but there's no time frame on that for a developer or a potential developer to actually come back to us. So maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. My only question is, and as well, we approve a lot of things over the years. I can't recall if there was a right of entry. If there was a right of entry, then they have access to do due diligence. But we also put a timeline on that right of entry. It should be like a year or 2 years or whatever it is. So, I can't recall if I approved that. Obviously, I would hope that if the activity is going on, it was approved by the commission. But I can't recall. So all I'm asking is that Andrew or if the department can come up with that right of entry, then it will clear up the issue. That's all I'm asking. If there's not a right of entry, yes, then we have a problem and we'll try to deal with it and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew, do you know?
I need to check with Kahana and Land Management Division.
Okay, so we should check and maybe we can get back to everybody. Zachary?
Oh, thanks, Jerry. Yeah. This is all learning in process, learning in progress, whatever you want to say, but it's an everyday thing. You learn something new. But I agree with Commissioner Teruya. She brought up a very important concern regarding consultation. For example, for Molokai, we have a lot of vocal people on the island. And, they're not just going to allow people to develop whatever, And I think a lot of the developers, the county, the state, they respect that. So they're going to come to Molokai. And, to me, sometimes it's backwards, a commissioner approves something, rather than the consultation process should have been before rather than after the fact. So that maybe in some cases, in some proposals, shouldn't be that way. You know, I'm pretty sure a lot of the beneficiaries will support proposals, but then they might not. So what do we do if the majority of the people at these consultation meetings disagree with a particular development like a renewable energy project? What then? Is it going back to the drawing boards, you know? And you know, and it's, to me, it's how it should be. They got to go back and, you know, revisit it before they can make a final decision. So that's where I think Patty's concern is more so, you know, giving them, you know, that opportunity, but also listen to what their concerns are. So yeah, so that's my own concern. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Zachary.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Patty.
It's clear that we need additional clarity in this area of beneficiary consultation. So I will, number one, we'll talk to Kahana, but I'll speak to Chair about whether or not we can put this on the agenda for an upcoming meeting so that we all have clarity as far as what the procedure and the process is. But Julie Cachola has her hand raised. So Julie, did you want to add something?
I just wanted to clarify that, yeah, we don't have a right of entry with the ICAST, but they were working with the Nanakuli Ranch. You know, they were working closely with them, and what we needed from them was a layout, like what are their plans there, so we can present back to the community. You know, it doesn't help to show this big area and not understand exactly where the solar panels are going to be, whether they're going to be close to the homes or not. So we were trying to get that kind of detail from them. And so I'm sure the drone work was so that they could map out the slopes and everything so that they could get that kind of detail, because, you know, we're saying we can't go out with just this, you know, the idea that you're going to do CBRE over here. It's like, we want to know what are the impacts on the site itself? How does it lay out? How is it going to affect the community? That's what the community wants to see. And so, you know, we've been pushing them for that information. And so because we don't have it, that's why we're not coming out. And maybe we could write a letter to the lessees to say, hey, you know, we haven't got any information, you know, and that's why you haven't heard from us. But that's the situation. There's no excavation. But they are working, they get access to the place because they've been working with the current lessee there, the ranch. So that's how they've been accessing the site, and probably how they've been doing the drone work.
Mr. Chair, can I just comment real quick?
Sure.
Thank you, Julie, for bringing that up. I mean, you're a Waianae resident, so you know how the community feels. And so the lessee from the ranch actually brought these concerns to the community. He really has no choice. When you have a developer coming in without access, and like you said, we didn't give him access. And so they were concerned because they didn't know what was going on. When the community don't know what's going on in that ahupu'aha, and to see this activity and to hear this, I mean, how do you think they'll feel?
Yeah,
they'll be concerned. You should know that.
That's why we went out for that initial consultation to let them know that there might be, you know, we're looking at this parcel. This parcel has been taken out for solicitation. At that time we didn't have any responses yet because they'd just gone out. But we wanted to go out ahead of time to inform the community, to let them know that, hey, this parcel has been put in this solicitation for renewable energy development. We don't know if we'll get any takers, but we wanted to let the community know that this has been put on the solicitation. That was what that consultation was about, just to give them a heads
Julie,
up.
I'm not talking about the past consultation. I'm talking about the present, what's going on with the ranch now. The lack of your communication without letting the community know what's going on. That's what's on the table. Your last consultation was in August 2020. You talked about this solicitation. But what I'm saying is that the lack of consultation, again, to inform the community of what's going on in their moku is important.
So
It's important.
we
Even
should
to,
tell,
wait. Even to let this commissioner know from that area, that would have helped.
you're right.
That would have helped with communicating. Communication is so important. If you communicated to this commissioner of Oahu and that Ahupua'a, maybe then I could relate that. That's all I'm saying.
I
And
agree.
if you guys don't say nothing and things are going on and construction is going on, I mean, how do you think that beneficiaries feel?
Yeah, no,
They
well,
feel like you guys are speaking. I'm not going back and forth with you, sister. This is not a debatable area. I'm just saying beneficiary consultation, communication is so important. I'm here every month. Nothing was talked to me. I bring it up. Oh, it's not time to bring it up in this executive session. Okay. I come to, so now I wait to this time. It is a time to bring it up. It is a time to bring it up. We got to communicate to the beneficiaries in every moku, Kauai, Big Island, everything, what's going on. That's all we ask. So we know what's going on. It's like as a parent, you communicate to your kid. I do. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to debate back and forth. I appreciate it, Mr. Chair. Mahalo.
Thank you. Dennis?
Chair, I think you picked the wrong day to be the vice chair, but that's good. That's okay. Anyway, I just wanted to say, look, my opinion, gathering all the information now, is the department's intent. They had good intentions, bad communication. That's what it comes down to. My other concern is having a contractor in without a right of entry. There's a liability issue, insurance, so on and so forth. Basically looking at that boilerplate for access. So I get concerned that good intentions, bad communication, and a problem with liability. So I asked the department, go back to our process. If someone needs to get in there, they got to have insurance. It's a standard boilerplate. Fill out the form. Commission approves an ROE to investigate due diligence. After we gather that information, beneficiary consultation, bring it to the commission, decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I have the same concerns that on this one. It seems I have a question as to whether or not a lessee of a long-term lease, which apparently this is, has the authority to bring in developers for something that's going to benefit the department. So I think it's worth a deeper dive at some other point. But I agree, not today. But I
misspoke. I'm sorry. They have this they have temporary really short-term right of entries, like 1 week or specific days, like if they're going to go in for something, and that is something that Kahana can issue. But I remember that they did have dates where they said their contractors were going to be on site, but that was a long time ago. It shouldn't have been current, so that's something different. But I misspoke. I'm sorry. So they didn't have the kind of 1 year right of entry that we've been looking at for the other renewable projects. They had like specific days where they would go in to do something like a drone work and so I misspoke on that. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
Chair, let me just put another comment in, because hopefully I'm still in the conversation. We need to look at that process. That's a bad process. 2 days, 5 minutes, stop. This is a commission that should be making those decisions.
Yeah.
So we need to revisit that.
Hang on, Pauline, hang on. I agree with you, Dennis. I think Julie's comment intended to make it better did not. in my mind.
Yeah.
But we'll go to Randy and then to Pauline, but we do have executive session at noon. So we're since we're on Molokai, we have traveled a far distance to Nanakuli, but it was a good conversation anyway. Randy?
Right on, Chair.
Yeah, so my hand went up because I was trying to synthesize all the information into a coherent whole, trying to wrap my head around it. And what I've discovered is I have even more questions in the short time comments are popping up. But I think what I'm hearing is the department is saying that they did engage in consultation. But at some point in time, what occurred was that there wasn't enough information from the one contractor that submitted a bid. And as a result, eventually they were granted permission to do these drone flights to collect more information. Is that what I'm hearing so far?
I think so.
Yes.
But it was on a very short-term basis that apparently Kahana has the authority to grant. So that's the part that I'm missing. What is that time frame and what does that look like?
Okay, so that being said, I can understand where overflights in a community without any explanation would raise concerns. And so the remedy for that would be, as Commissioner Teruya points out, better communication so that she can advise her community on what's occurring and why. So I do understand what the department is trying to do. They're trying to hold that contractor's feet to the fire. They're expecting that as someone who's bidding for a contract, you must provide more information. In facilitating that process, a community should know why there are drones over flights. And so I think that is the remedy, is to let them know that this is occurring, that the commissioner knows when meetings, the equivalent to a Mokopuni Council meeting, a lot comes up at those meetings. So if a commissioner is armed with the information to dispense to the community, that resolves a lot of things before it gets away from everybody. So that's my monologue. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with you. Pauline.
Okay, after that, I think Randy said it very well. I totally support Commissioner Teruya. And I think what Randy said just pinpoints what the problem is. So I think that we await your report or Chair's report on this at the next meeting, and hopefully it'll be resolved. But I want to emphasize that as a commissioner, Commissioner Teruya has worked very hard in her area, and her concerns should be addressed. And I'm sure the communication will improve after this. Mahalo.
Thank you, Pauline. So just in looking at it, it seems like if staff is authorized to issue a short-term ROE, maybe that's fine, but if the ROE continues for more than, the 2 days or 5 days or whatever it is, if it in essence becomes a longer term disposition, to me, that should come back to the commission for action. And so I think that's what I'm hearing. So I think we just don't understand, what the process is. So that's what I'm going to try and seek clarity on from the chair, so that we can understand that better. And I think we do need to know that. And the particular commissioners, I agree with Randy and Patty that, the information is kind of critical for them in speaking with their beneficiaries and fulfilling their fiduciary duties to our beneficiaries. So thank you very much. It is 20 to 12. I'm gonna recommend that we take a 5-minute shishi break,
Well, thank you.
only because I'm old. And then,
Yeah.
so we'll be back at 11:45, and then we will take hopefully one more J agenda, and then we'll go into executive session at noon. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
beneficiaries, road infrastructure, and Sandwich Isle. And I think at this point, what I've heard, I'm going to prioritize and jump onto Sandwich Isle. You know, I really appreciate the commissioners having beneficiary consultation, but at this point, communication is key to everybody. So I'm going to propose that that we go beyond the court litigation of Hawaiian and Sandwich Isle and kind of get out of the box and do your creative thinking with perhaps other technology, specifically Starlink, specifically SpaceX. I'm going to do it. I'm going to create a group of people that throughout the whole state, the homesteaders, and see if we can come up with manpower to research this type of technology. And from this, we may have other technologies that stem up from it. So that's all I'm going to say about Sandwich Isle is, you know, and we're going to talk to you folks. The doors are green light, the lights are on. I think I like to fix things. I don't want to just talk about things. So I think that's my contribution as Kahikani Hawaiian Homestead Association president. With that being said, I'm going to jump into mahalo thanks to Randy O'Wool, our commissioner. We've had issues here with ungulates. We've had issues here with road infrastructure. We can't put any more homesteaders in the vacant lots because it's a four-wheel drive road. It's not feasible right now. However, you know, Commissioner O'Wool took the time to jump on a helicopter, which he and I have experience with, but he took the time when the ungulates were in my yard, and he has seen the type of roads we have. So kudos to you, Commissioner O'Wool. Thank you. And now we have drones flying over our moku to do like assess the road condition. Number two, assess the archaeological impact, and the maps may be off, and the drainage. I understand that, but you know, again, we weren't advised of the drone flying over, and in the entirety of the community, we just see it in the air. Oh my God! Anyway, communication is key. But thank you, Commissioner Wool, for jumping on that chopper. Just to let you know, the Kahikani Hawaiian Homestead Association has a task force of a drone available to us for, we have a committee already set up, when to fly, who to fly, FAA, who do you advise? So protocol has been set here with our association. Now I'm going to jump into relocation process. Kavika Davidson, Earl Kalavaya requested of the commission to relocate their two existing leased lots to another two existing vacant lots. And after the fact, I got on the phone to Paula Ida. God bless her. She did a hell of a job of educating me and presenting a PowerPoint on relocation transfers. And so I sent that out to all the leasees in Kahikani, how to, when to, and the PowerPoint. And I want to include Cedric and Paula for being so arms open to educating our association. And you know, I think that's about it for my testimony. I'm going to yield. I'm done. Thank you very much, Commissioners and Chair.
Thank you, Donna. Any questions for Donna Sterling?
Yes, Vice Chair, if I could. Donna, mahalo for your testimony today. I did want to drill down on the relocation. And I did see the email you shared with me regarding Paula's response. So is that response satisfactory to you and others you're advocating for on the relocation issue?
And it is, Commissioner, because right now what she sent to me, an email PowerPoint, I blasted it to all the leasees here. So now we have less chatter, less phone calls to the regional office, the district office. He said, she said, we said, you know, we can stop that by, here's a PowerPoint, read it, absorb it. It's your fault if you don't read it. And then if you have questions, call Paula. The way it should be. But now we have better tools from a War Department. They have a big plate to fill. And mahalo to Paula and CJ. Thank you.
Yeah, so I also want to thank Paula, having seen that. It was very informative. And as you point out, as Commissioner Teruya points out, it's the communication that goes a very long way to resolve concerns. And when you don't have information, communities and others are left to come up with, conjure up their own reality, right? And so this is always very helpful. So thank you. That's all I have. Mahalo.
Report back to you, Commissioner. Sorry, cutting you off. We talk fast because that's the way we live today. We don't never know we're going to get dropped or cut off. Anyway, I just want to say this on the Space Link Starlink. I'm going to do and other technology. I will report back to I guess it's Randy or Wolf, but I don't know who else in the staff. But we'll figure that out. But we have people here, homesteaders, that are willing to go the mile, step up, and we will win this communication battle. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, we would like to thank you, Donna, for joining us. And my new mantra is call Paula.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Aloha, cousin
So,
Donna. Aloha.
oh, go ahead.
No, I just want to say aloha to Donna. Take care.
Cousin.
Yeah.
Thank you. At this point, we're gonna go into executive session. So I will entertain a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Sorry, and I guess I need to read this. The commission will convene in an executive session pursuant to section 92-5A sub 4 HRS to consult with its attorney and on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. So it has been moved and seconded. Was it seconded? Okay, Alman Neves. Any questions? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we will go into executive session. If you'll just give us a couple of minutes to clear the room, and then we will start.
Okay, welcome back, commission members. We're gonna finish the J agenda. We have two more testifiers. First up is Naomi Mitchell, and we're trying to let her in right now. Naomi, are you on? Can you turn on your camera and unmute yourself? Aloha, Naomi, can you hear me? Okay, I saw something on the screen start up and then. Naomi? One more time. Naomi, are you there? Okay. Okay, Naomi, continue to try to get in. What we'll do is we'll go to the next J agenda testifier, Al He, and then we'll come back to you after Al. Al, can you turn on and? All right. Okay, Al, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me, Chair, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we can.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
You want to proceed?
You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Just to clarify something, a reason you may not be able to reach Naomi is we had been given, or Leah had sent Naomi and I an email that you weren't going to start until 2. So I have been, I've just happened to be working on something, so I'm still here. But, you know, you ought to give Naomi a try again afterwards.
Yes, yes, we have in the process of trying to communicate with her.
Anyway, hang on a second. Let me shut off my live feed. Okay. Aloha, Mr. Chairman and commissioners. Thank you for letting me address you again. I wanted to, I hadn't planned to do it this way, but there were several concerns that were brought up by 2 or 3 homesteaders that had testified earlier regarding service. And it would be worthwhile to take a few minutes to address these. Regarding Waihuli, Keokeo, Kula, and other new homestead developments on Maui. We at Sandwich Isles have been contacting the HHL, specifically Stewart, about these. And we've been saying, you guys are either letting the developers go forward without telling us, and you're letting them install things without our getting a look at it. And in other cases, you are actually soliciting, the department is actually soliciting Spectrum and Hawaiian Tel to violate Sandwich Isles license. And I get no answer. They won't even take the call. And I have emails to back up all of this, which I can provide to the commissioners. And that's why in my last request to address the commission, I asked the commission to instruct the HHL to honor the license and to work with us, because it's not, you know, yes, you're hurting us, but really who you're hurting is the beneficiaries. And so if DHHL won't answer our emails, won't take my phone calls, the beneficiaries suffer. because we've been tasked to provide service, and we cannot. Okay, and like I said, I've got plenty of emails that I can share with each one of you commissioners if you want it. I don't think, I think I've been sharing quite a bit with you folks. I think it's definitely more than I'm sure you folks want to read. But when DHHL says to us, we're not going to respond to you, I don't have any choice but to send directly to the commission and say, look, somebody got to tell DHHL to do their job, because the only person that they're hurting is the beneficiaries. Okay? Sandwich Isles, and that was why Huli Kiokio and Kula, etc., is specifically to Kahiki Nui, which Donna brought up. Okay. As I had said at an earlier commission meeting, Kahiki Nui was one of the first areas that we brought service to. There were only 12 customers there. We spent $12 million putting in underground conduits to serve the entire area of Kahiki Nui so that Hawaiian Homelands could give out more leases. Last year, as part of the community benefits package, I understand the wind farm funded extending the road, which we had started putting in, so that you folks could give out more lots. This was a Hawaiian Homes project. It was headed by Stewart. You folks hired Hawaiian Home, DHHL hired SSFM to be the project manager. The contractor was Goodfellow. Goodfellow broke our conduits in 5 places. They refuse even today to fix it the way the county ordinances require, which is to our standards. There's only temporary fixes there. Now, Goodfellow raised all kinds of issues. It wasn't buried as deep. Well, when you have erosion, I'm sorry, the dirt runs away. Okay? These were put in according to code. I don't know what, 15, 20 years ago. Right? The county ordinances, each county's ordinances are very clear. If you break a utilities infrastructure, you repair it to the utility standards. Period. No ifs, ands, no whatevers. That's it. I cannot get cooperation from Stewart, because Stewart said to the project manager who witnessed this, do not get involved. This is a dispute between Sandwich Isles and Goodfellow. This is your project. It affects your ability to, putting the road in certainly helps with your desire to give out more lots. Letting them break all of the infrastructure for communications works exactly the opposite. And if I had a little bit of cooperation, Goodfellow wouldn't take that stance. Okay. And here again, I've got plenty of emails. I can send it all to you. But if DHHL is not going to honor the license, I can't do anything about it. Okay. Let me talk a little bit about the license and what it really is. What the license is a carrier of last resort obligation. Okay. The carrier of last resort obligation is normally given as part of the approvals to become a utility. When Hawaiian Telephone was the only utility in town, they had the carrier of last resort obligation. What it means is they are supposed to serve anybody within the state of Hawaii anywhere. They would not do that on Hawaiian Homelands. And that's why Ho'oliku Drake and the Hawaiian Homes Commission at that time asked me if I could solve it. That license is a carrier of last resort obligation at SIC's cost. You saw great pictures of the raw areas on Maui that community members would like to see developed. Those pictures were pictures of Waimea, of Kahiki Nui, of many areas, of Kula, when Sandwich Isles got established. Sandwich Isles went in, borrowed the money, and put in the infrastructure. Didn't cost the department anything. Didn't cost the homesteaders anything. This is a carrier of last resort obligation. Okay? When Hawaiian Tel wouldn't perform the carrier of last resort obligation, the Public Utilities Commission wouldn't enforce it. They said, oh, that's okay, costs too much. In '96, when we were getting Sandwich Isles started, this issue became so heated in the area of Ka'u on the Big Island that the then representative, Representative Herkes, introduced legislation to allow another carrier to go in there and provide service. Went through bidding, Sandwich Isles did not participate. I did not want to come off of Hawaiian Homeland. Went through bidding, went through all kinds of things. A company like Sandwich Isles that serves the rural areas of Alaska formed a subsidiary and won the bid, Tel Hawaii. Okay. And they went in there and they borrowed millions, tens of millions, and they started on installing infrastructure to improve the service in Ka'u. Okay. Within 8 years, Hawaiian Tel ran them out of the state. Okay. They just up and left. They said, the hell with this. We are not going to solve this problem. It's costing us too much money. We're not getting any backing from the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission. Okay? And they just up and left. Now, I can send you the articles about that. Now, Hawaiian Tel says, well, it wasn't our fault. We'll take care of it. The service in Ka'u today is the same as it was before Tel Hawaii came. Because Hawaiian Tel cannot do it. They're not going to spend $1 million in Ka'u before they spend $1 million in Kahala or in Kahului or anywhere else. And that is what the biggest problem for infrastructure on Hawaiian homelands is who's going to pay for it? And who is really interested in putting it in? And when it comes to communications, that is called the carrier of last resort obligations. Now, I will tell you, no one has a carrier of last resort obligation anymore. Hawaiian Telcom definitely doesn't. Spectrum doesn't have it. The only one that has it is Sandwich Isles. And it is because of the license. It is because of the beneficiary benefit license, which basically says if you use Hawaiian homelands, you have to provide this kind of infrastructure at your cost. And I fully accepted it. Okay. When I heard the carrier last resort obligation, when I heard one of the beneficiaries say they got a, and Stewart comment that they got a estimate from Spectrum of $5,000 to connect into Waihuli, right? That is how a for-profit company that is more interested in the general public and making money deals with carrier of last resort obligation. Even though Spectrum doesn't have it, Spectrum, nobody wants to say, no, we're not going to serve you. But what they say is if you want service, this is what you got to pay. Okay. And at the time that Sandwich Isles was established, that amount for Waimea was over 50,000 per lot. Okay. And that's why they had no service. We went in there, we served them, we charged them the same amount that everybody in Honolulu gets. They didn't have to pay a dime for the infrastructure. Same like Ikinui. They didn't have to pay a dime. Okay. It's clear to me that DHHL, at least, whether the commission has done it or not, DHHL has made a decision that they're going to drive Sandwich Isles into the ground. And they're going to do everything they can to destroy any goodwill with our customers. While you folks in an executive session, I was getting briefed by some of our field reps that customers are starting to complain because Hawaiian Tel is calling them to use our facilities to install fiber. Okay, I can tell you they wouldn't do that if they thought that DHHL was going to enforce license 372. Because that's unless your right of entry, which you gave before any beneficiary input, any beneficiary consultation, which affects statewide. Okay. Before you folks, you had no consultation when you gave that right of entry to Hawaiian Tel. Okay. And this is a statewide project. It's a statewide policy, as you folks talked about earlier today. Okay. It will affect every generation of Hawaiians living on Hawaiian homelands from today on. And yet you folks gave a right of entry to Hawaiian Tel without any beneficiary input. No beneficiary consultation. You guys are going, I mean, I'm done. My life is done with this. I was asked to do something, I did it. Okay. You guys want to give it away? Give it away. But when Hawaiians 2 generations from now, trying to live in those areas that were shown on the PowerPoints up in Maui, and they don't have any infrastructure, or you guys cannot give them leases because there's no infrastructure. It's like another Kaikinui. It's like another Waimea. Right? And you say, oh my God, what happened? Well, this is what happens. You're taking something that has provided $450 million in infrastructure just to better Hawaiian homelands, and you're ready to give it away. Hawaiian Telecom did not need a right of entry. Those assets that the Paniolo trustee executed on in the bankruptcy court in March of 2020 were being operated under agreement with Sandwich Isles since March of 2020 till August 31st of 2021, when you folks decided to give them a right of entry. Hawaiian Tel operated those facilities from December of 2020 to August 31st of 2021. What more due diligence do you need? Which is what a right of entry is for. They've been operating it for 10 months, for 9 months. What else do they need to know? You folks gave them a right of entry, and what they've used it for is to tell Sandwich Isles, we don't need you anymore. Okay? And I'm sure you folks heard about it in your executive session. Well, let me give you another point of view about the November 1st bankruptcy court hearing. The November 1st bankruptcy court hearing came down to Hawaiian Tel's request under the guise of the Paniolo bankruptcy for Sandwich Isles to turn over information regarding how we serve what is called critical service providers. And that is the 911, the schools, hospitals, those types of institutions. They're not asking for how we serve the homesteaders, just these critical service providers. And under the guise of we need this information so that we can make service to the homesteaders better, they tried to force this Sandwich Isles to give this information, which they have no right to. Right? The bankruptcy court said, I don't think we have jurisdiction on this. The judge said, I don't think we have jurisdiction on this, but I'll take it under advisement. Okay. What amazed me is the attorney representing the Hawaiian Homes Commission, Ashton and Riston, gave an impassioned plea to the bankruptcy court about why the judge should force Sandwich Isles to turn over this information. Again, under the guise of making service to homesteaders better. Let me tell you the real reason they want this. The real reason is because when you're a utility, if you ever cut off service to critical service providers, that is the absolute no-no. You can cut them off to individuals, but not 911 and not schools and hospitals. And that's why Hawaiian Tel wanted this information, because they fully intend to cut the service to Sandwich Isles. Okay? And so I don't know how the homesteaders are going to call 911 when their phone don't work. But
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, point of order. I think it's over time that we're allowing this to go further. Is it 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes? Can you clarify this for me, please?
It's 15
Point of
minutes.
order.
Per rule, it's 15 minutes, and he has 2 minutes and 24 seconds left.
So 15 minutes on every item on a J agenda.
That is what the rule says.
Okay.
So I'm going to yield back to him 10 seconds. So 2 minutes and 47.
Point of order.
All I'm trying to do, the only reason that I testify is because I think you folks in your executive session should raise some questions. And I'm trying to give you folks information for questions that I think should be raised. Because if you're truly protecting the beneficiaries, these are the kind of questions that you got to ask the attorneys. I'm sure the attorneys didn't tell you we're sacrificing the homesteaders to save Hawaiian Tel's ability to serve critical service providers. But maybe they did, I don't know. Maybe you made a decision that the homesteaders could be sacrificed. But your attorney did not advocate for the individual homesteaders. All he advocated for was to make sure Hawaiian Telcom could do anything they want and stay within the regulatory regulations of the FCC. And they don't even have to stay within the PUC. They opted out of the PUC. So I didn't mean to come in here and, but issues were raised earlier by other testifiers. I thought they needed to be addressed. The problems that you're having, those other testifiers are having, is because we get no support from DHHL. All of it is well documented in emails. I've asked the chairman, I get no support. I'm asking the commission to tell DHHL, do their job. Simple as that. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Al. appreciate you providing your testimony. We have some things that we can't respond to because of advice, so I'm gonna open it up.
I understand, Mr.
Open
Chairman.
it up for
You know,
questions.
it's unfortunate that you folks have been basically muzzled, but you know, I understand. This is how business is done. But this is a business dispute.
Gonna ask if commissioners have any questions for you at this point. Okay. Okay, no questions. Thank you, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners. And my apologies to Commissioner Taruya. I certainly didn't intend to cause any pilikia.
Okay.
No problem.
Do we have?
Just too long.
Do we have Naomi?
Okay.
Okay, moving on to the next J agenda item, Naomi. Naomi Mitchell, can you turn on your camera and unmute yourself? Okay, we're unable to get Naomi Mitchell into this room. We've been trying to call her, so we will go to the, yes? Zachary?
What happened to Richard Malaki, the J1?
He wasn't available today.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next
Mr.
agenda item.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
just for point of clarification, your J agenda items is all 15 minutes then? Speakers.
According to administrative rules, yes, they are entitled to 15 minutes.
Okay, so according to administrative rules, it's all 15 minutes.
That is
Okay, I'll
correct.
make sure I drop that on my agenda. Thank you very much for the clarification.
We try to encourage them to be shorter, but they do have 15 minutes.
No, 15 minutes, administrative rules, got it.
Thank you. Okay, so. Office of the Chair. Joby, agenda item C3. Unmute yourself, please. Joby.
Sorry, Kate, there you go. Sorry. Agenda item C3 is put together on behalf of the chair of the Permitted Interaction Group, Commissioner Kaapu, who I think is in the room. It announces the Permitted Interaction Group, as I understand it, which is outlined in the first paragraph. The purpose of the committee is
that it? Yeah, now you're on. You're on now.
Getting better.
Okay, is it up? Is it my turn? Finally.
We can ask you to stand by and we'll do
Volume. Justin, where, Kailani, where's the volume?
Go back to the
Volume.
and finish that. Thank you. Naomi, can you? Okay, slow down. Naomi, can you hear us? You're muted. You have to unmute. If you can hear us, I see the sign, you're muted. That's why we can't hear you. We're not. Okay, Naomi, you have to unmute yourself. Can you ask your?
Chair, she's listening to the live feed. She's getting this like, I don't know, 10 seconds later or something.
All right, thank you. Naomi, shut off the live feed, please. That's why you're getting the delay. If you can hear me, shut off your live feed and unmute.
Where it depends on who you finance with. They really need only to put 3% or 5% down. So whatever that down payment will
Can you
be,
shut up?
I can put some numbers. I don't know if you try to go up to that slide.
Can you shut up the
Right
light,
here.
please?
So if you want, so if you're saying 10%, is it 10% of the $26,400 if you're doing a down payment of 3%?
Naomi,
Or is it
Naomi, can you turn off whatever you're watching? Or it doesn't sound like the live feed. So
what the question we're asking is how much should they
hear me?
Can't hear you, Chair.
HHL is putting in terms of the subsidies from that fund. So,
Dennis, did you have a suggestion?
No, Chair, we can't hear you.
Single family home.
We can't hear me.
Volume.
Yes. Okay.
Because of her volume?
Well, maybe
you
not
guys
a little bit more.
can go outside for now.
All right. Can we?
So that's sitting in place.
Can we
They
cut
will
it out
research
now?
that and that is.
Get her off.
All right.
There we go.
Okay.
That's our
So
woes.
yes, but it's not us because I don't hear us talking. Okay. So do we have a contact number for her? Okay. Why don't you? Naomi, please turn off your YouTube feed. Oh. Yeah. All right. After you turn off your YouTube feed, can you please unmute yourself? Okay. Naomi,
Are you folks there?
yes, can you hear me?
Is that you folks calling? Yes. Uh-huh. Hello? Hello? Naomi, can you hear Chair? No, I can't. I can't hear anything. Okay, because they're waiting for you. But I can't hear what they're talking about.
Can you check my mic?
Yeah, I unmuted. Or maybe it's mute.
All right. Naomi, can you hear me? Hello, Naomi. Okay. Maybe you can call her or yeah, and tell her what the problem is. Then we're gonna go back to Joby on agenda item C3 because of the technical difficulties. Sorry, Joby, and we'll keep
No
going.
worries.
Thank goodness. I told you, just click that button.
What button? I did that.
I don't know. I can't
Wait,
hear
Joby.
them.
Hi, can you folks hear me?
Yes.
I can't hear you folks. No, I can't hear you folks at all.
What happened?
I could hear only over my YouTube.
No.
Speaker volume.
It's on. Speaker volume. Yeah, speaker's on. I don't know why.
It's on.
Hello?
What did you do? What'd you plug in here?
Try to take out the
What did you
plug.
plug in?
It's charging, that's why.
I don't know. I can't hear them.
Here,
What did
down
you
there
do?
is the unmute. It's already
Yeah, it's
unmuted.
unmuted. I think they can hear you, but we can't hear
Okay,
them.
can you folks hear me?
I don't know what you
Michelle.
did. What did you touch?
I don't know what's going on with
What'd you
this, but
touch?
I could hear clearly with the YouTube on.
Michelle?
I apologize for all this.
Is it connected to the TV? You turned the TV off.
The television is off.
It was playing from the TV.
Well, First of all, I would like to say aloha va'ia oi, that means with love. I say aloha to all of you, and thank you for this opportunity for having me here. Do I need to speak in my phone, or like, this is my first time going on Zoom?
Yes.
Hello?
Michelle, can you tell
Can
her
you hear
yes?
me? Turn off your YouTube. It is off. Okay, I'm gonna hang up. But could you folks still hear me? Okay. All right, thank you. Do I have to talk on the phone or can I talk on my computer? Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, but you can't hear
Can
us.
you hear? Okay. First of all, before I start, I know I only got 10 minutes. I waited all day to talk with all of you. So I was pushed back to 2 o'clock. So thank you for that opportunity. I'm sorry I can't hear what you folks are talking about, but what I wanted to say, I changed it. I waited all day. Like I said, it was very complicated to try to download the Zoom. So what I want to tell you all is about a true story about how I get my Hawaiian. I come from 2 parents that were Hawaiian, especially on my mother's side. She was pure Hawaiian from both parents. From an ancient royal bloodline, from high priests and priestesses, and from high chiefs and chiefesses, from kings and queens, lies a history under Umiali'iloa, most beloved of ancient high chiefs and kings. Pre-Kamehamehas, pre-Kaluio Kalanis, that means even before them. Lies a history of my Hawaiian family and some of our Hawaiian people and where we could be found. She was born pure Hawaiian. Her first name, Leilani Leilehua. Leilani Kapa'akea, Kau'i, Kaluio Kalani, Kalakaua Ehu, Kalailoa. But she married my father. His name was Mitchell, but his mama was pure Hawaiian. So my grandmother was pure. What I would like to say is that when she grew up, she applied for the Department of Hawaiian Homestead. When she applied, shortly after, in the 1950s, there was a fire. To sum up the story, because it is a fact and it's true, I know I have 10 minutes, according to the secretary of Mr. Ayla. So the building where the department used to stay in Honolulu had burnt. They were liable, the state of Hawaii and the Department of Homestead, it was liable for the damages. They should have took care of the originals of my mother's documents along with others. But I do know my mother's records were destroyed. At least that's what the department told her in the 1950s, before I was born. So later on, the department said that all they had of her application was agriculture. But they made her apply again in the early 1970s. So another application was filled out. And then later on, she filled out another application. All I know is that when my mother was injured, I had to take care of her. And when I did, I went up to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands because she applied in the 1950s, and now it was the year 2000. She appointed me her POA, even after if anything should happen to her. She said there was nobody higher than me, not even the Attorney General, not even the state of Hawaii, no. She appointed me out of 10 children. I'm only her number 9, but I'm 75% Hawaiian. I really feel that all these meetings, I've had 3 already with Mr. Ayla, the chairman. I didn't get anywhere. Nothing was resolved. I'm my mother's successor. My son was only successor to her home, the home that I built. When I went after it with the POA in my hand. And Cully Watson, after writing to a senator, his name was Clayton He, and another senator, who gave me the green light to go get land for my mama. So when I did that, this is my mama over here, this woman, her, pure Hawaiian, this one. She passed away, was bittersweet, but because when she passed away, it was only like maybe 3 years that I just built her a home. But I was left to pay off a tab, a big tab, her house, my own house. And I'm still paying that note till today.
Oh, God. You're muted again.
She muted herself.
No, it's her. She's walking around with the computer. Can you text Michelle to? There,
I can't even hear them.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, I made a tribute letter and the legacy of her life on what happened to her. So all I wanted to do is sit down with the chairman and go after my mother's application, because I was told by applications department that only the chairman can back the date up. But when you look at my documents as the evidence of all what's happened to her and her mama and her sister, all these people, even her, the Kamehameha and the Kalani bloodline. So my mother carried those names. I'm sure the department, they know because of the genealogy. So her mama was a Kalani Kalakawaehu, and my papa, my mother's dad, is a Kalailoa. My mother put claims on adverse possession when she was living. Hello? Yeah. I don't know what's going on with your folks' Zoom. All I know is that it was downloaded and I can't hear a thing from you folks. Huh? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay. So, my mother's home that I built for her, my blood, sweat, and tears, was passed to him, my son. You see him? Can you see him in there? It was given to him when I was her heir and I was her successor. And it was legally written on documents. But the department took it away from me and gave it to my son. They actually wanted it back. They wanted me to give the house and land to them. But I said, no, I'm going to pass them to my mama's heir, my son, because he's my heir. And then every time I tried to resolve what was going on about the application date, all I did is get deny after another deny. And they swear up and down that my mother applied for only agriculture. She didn't. She applied for residential, but not in the year 2000. But the woman that worked as an employee in the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, who did that to my mother, and who told me to sign for her, that was like unconstitutional in the laws. And she violated my mother's rights. To make my mother go backwards to reapply all over again is a crime. It's bad enough that foreigners come in and out of our land and our islands, and they utilize our lands. They don't pay us that's the thing, and they steal our identity. I'm still trying to clean up my credit because others who use my identity. So, Mr. Ayla, and to your commission board members, applications department, Nicole Bell, I think was her name, the supervisor, told me that everything needs to be addressed to you. But 3 times I had a meeting with you and I didn't get anywhere. But I know you just came on board. That's why I told you back in that day that welcome aboard. But to have 3 meetings with you and to no prevail, it's just like the same crime happening all over again, but not to them, but to me now. Them meaning my family on the wall. So that is one of my main concerns. The other concern is that I received a letter from the San Giles communication, and in it, it's written that the Department of Homelands is going to let somebody use my identity for license to be licensed, and they're called Hawaiian Telecom. All I would like to say is that I have to oppose that. Nobody has the right to violate me in any way. But my mother's gone. She passed away already, which the department is knows very well that when she passed. But they have done nothing for her successor. Her successor is me to follow through with her name sitting on the application waiting list under residential. So
Muted again.
be fair to credit my mother for the 1950s, or at least go through a second application of the 1970s.
You have, so Naomi, direct response. You have asked me this question. We went through the file. Okay, well, then that's your option.
Was born in 1922. When she was born, everybody got land.
You have 1:30 seconds.
Under Prince Khalil.
Okay, you have 1:30 seconds to make your point to the commission.
I would like this to be cleared up, that's why. I cannot accept the application that, or the date that you folks are trying to ram down my throat to accept. Just to be on a waiting list for my mother's name and take her place. You understand, right? It's a residential. I was offered Kanahili and you guys took it back.
Okay, you've got about 35 seconds and then.
So you got a second to answer me, please. I hope I didn't wait all day to speak with all of you for nothing. It's about backdating the date to original stamp date of the 1956. And then that's the first application. There's a second one, 1970s. And then there's another application, 2000. But when she applied one time for all 3, pastoral, ag, and residential. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, Naomi, we're gonna have to stop. You've gone over the 15 minutes allotted. No, no. Okay, I'm gonna hang up. You have exceeded your time. Naomi, thank you. Okay, I regret doing that, but it's necessary. Okay. I would be happy to explain all of the things that why we can't do what she's asking us to do, because
Can you
doesn't-
summarize, Chair, what she's asking or what the
Oh,
situation is?
okay, so she's asking, we have no evidence in the file for her mother's residential application. We do have an agricultural application. The agricultural application was actually issued to her son, as she said, it's in Waianae. And Naomi Mitchell actually has a lease in Malu, Ohio. She is a successor to her mother's application. We've told her that she can't have two leases. So if she's offered the mother's application converted to a lease, she's going to have to give up one. She has not been cooperative in recognizing that. I have made a copy of her mother's complete file, everything that we have in her file, and given it to her gratis. She still insists that there's something missing. We don't have anything missing. I've had 2 employees go through the file just to verify that we copied everything. I provided it to her, but she's still not satisfied. She wants to go through the file herself. And I'm not, hang on one second, Zach. I'm not willing to do so at this point because I'm afraid that some papers are going to be grabbed and we're not going to have the original file intact. Her kalai loa, the last issue that she mentioned, really has to do with a claim not on DHHL lands, but a claim on Navy lands that her mother, I guess, filed a land court case many, many years ago. I believe it was dismissed. The Army had it dismissed, the Navy had it dismissed. And I've continued to share with her that we have no jurisdiction over the kalai loa lands that the Navy now has that she wants returned to her. So that's the synopsis. I have instructed her and I have instructed all the employees not to talk to her anymore because, as you can see, she is very disruptive. And so all calls come to me and I repeat the same thing, that you have everything that I can give you. We are not going to be able to satisfy your request, either for the kalai loa lands or for a copy of the original application, which we don't have, which she claims. I think that's all that I can remember about this case for now. Does that help, Russell?
Yes, it does, Chair. Is there someone we can refer her to help her formulate her actual claim? Or I mean, she is a beneficiary, right? I mean, she's residing on.
She is a beneficiary. I think we've gone as far as we can, Russell. She just hasn't accepted the facts as we present to her. I'm open to suggestions because I would not. I mean, she's gone through so many staff members and just eaten up so much of our time that I hate to say it, but I'm refusing to take any more action on her calls anymore. I've told her what's expected of her. I told her that, if she wants another lease, she has to give up the lease she has, and then she can accept something that's offered on behalf of her mother's application. So at this point, it's really unreasonable requests and unreasonable responses.
Okay, Chair, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for the
Okay.
explanation. Yeah.
Thank you.
So William,
Dennis?
what she wants is 2 residential leases. Is that what she's wanting?
She doesn't want to have to give up her Malu Ohai in order to take any offering that she would have received as a successor to her mother's application.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So, Chair,
Dennis?
Are we saying that her mother had a residence and she passed away? Is that what we're saying? Or are we saying
mother,
that?
okay, so her mother has an application now for a residential lot. She had an application prior to that for an agricultural lot.
Okay.
That agricultural lot is now through succession in the hands of Naomi's son. So the grandson of the original applicant.
So what is she asking for?
Things that we cannot give her.
Okay, so I think that I don't know. I think, it's sort of at the point where we exhaust everything we can do. Tell her to file the contested case. I mean, Patty doesn't want to hear it. That's why. No, but I mean, that's the option, right? Instead of having her keep calling back all the time, say, look, we provided everything we have to provide. If you have something that contradicts this, then file a contested case. We'll have to deal with it that way. I mean, otherwise it's going to go on and on and on. I don't know. Just my suggestion, Chair.
I can make that suggestion the next time we have a conversation. Anyone else have any questions? Zach, sorry.
No, I recall her testifying, I don't know how long ago. And, she looks very familiar, but yeah, but since the last time she testified in front of us at Kapolei, she's been to the office. Chair, has she been to the office since then? I don't know how long ago was that when she testified in front of the commission?
That was prior to closure of the COVID. So
Okay,
I
yeah.
want to say 2 years ago, and conservatively estimating in that 2-year time frame, she's likely been to the office a minimum of 20 times.
Oh my goodness.
In
okay.
which I've had to deal with her unruly behavior.
And she's not accepting any of the any of the department's recommendation, right?
She's not accepting the information that I'm giving to her.
Okay.
And she keeps coming back for the same
Thanks, Chair.
ask, which I can't provide to her.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Any more questions? Randy, is that you?
No, it's not me. I have no questions. I think I'm understanding if we were to grant her what she's requesting, it sounds like she would be in possession of 2 residential leases. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct, because she's saying that she doesn't have to give up the Malu Ohai lease in order to accept a lease that would be associated with her mother's application as a successor.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Joby, sorry, after that, we come back to you on C3.
So Commissioner, C3 is just the announcement of the permitted interaction group that staff prepared on behalf of the chair, Commissioner Ka'apu. And we're just open for questions and if there's any, if not.
Okay, Commissioner Ka'apu? So I guess now that this agenda.
Can't hear you, David.
That's because Cedric doesn't like me.
Cut you off again, huh?
Again. So anyway, now that we are official, I will be contacting the other committee members to set up a meeting, probably the first week in December, so we can start moving on this. But thank you, Joby.
Okay, thank you, David. Patty, you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, David. I think David kind of answered that question. I was just wondering when it was going to start. So it's from December to March of 2022, correct, David?
Yeah, I believe so, but hopefully we'll be able to finish our work prior to that and make a recommendation to the commission and for Kahana before that time.
Is this meetings all on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm happy to come to Oahu if you guys want to meet in person.
Well, you got Nevis too. He got a fly from Kauai. So my other question is, so you have the commissioners on board, and so is that also including a staff?
Yes, the staff will be Kahana and Joby.
Oh.
So we need to coordinate with their schedules as well.
Okay.
But, you know, Joby's, she has a lot of time in her hands.
Oh, tons. Anything for Commissioner Kaapu.
Oh, wow, David.
Right? I
Lucky
told
you. Now we know the truth. Hey.
Yeah, we're gonna get
I'm
this
done.
done.
Thank you. Oh, wow. Ethics.
Hey, Cedric, time to cut him off already.
Come on, Cedric.
Oh my, got that on
Now you know why.
Ethics. Okay. Oh, I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for your willingness to participate. The next agenda item is C4.
So,
Toby, just an update.
yes, Chair. So, based on the executive session discussion, and we had placed C4 on the agenda, you know, partly because some of the commissioners had requested that if there was information that could be shared in an open session, you know, if we could do so. But in response to the executive session, what I would suggest is if we could just defer this item, but work to provide that information in the formats that we had discussed for our beneficiaries as a whole, whether, you know, on the website and through correspondence and things like that. So I'll work with Cedric to get that material up on the website as soon as possible and in the hands of commissioners before then.
Okay, questions for Joby?
Thank you, Joby.
Okay.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Joby.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that brings us to the end of our agenda. But before we go, I want to remind commission members to come back at 3 o'clock. Right? Or okay. Okay, so we may start sooner than just stand by, and we'll try to see if we have the subject of the commission of the contested case outside, and if they're willing to start earlier because we made some time commitments. Patty?
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I know this is a contested case hearing. You have McBuyer and DHHL. And so I wanted to, I think Katie's in audience. I know Ivalani McBuyer very well. And so, you know, before I became a commissioner, she talked about this case, you know, with others, you know, and I listened, I was there. And so I didn't have the opportunity, like with others, Michelle Kahan and them, to look at her house, but I engaged in discussion. I just feel uncomfortable. I don't know if I should participate in this contested case hearing. And I just wanted to make sure that if I do that, I have to make a claim or something, you know. So maybe the AG can deliberate or advise me what.
I'm actually getting Craig on the line now because I don't know if he
Okay,
knows to come on.
stand by. The current attorney in the room represented the Attorney General's office is representing the commission, so she can't. I'm sorry, she's representing the department, so she can't opine on your request. She is trying to get a hold of another AG.
I think it's a conflict of interest. I'm not an attorney, but I feel like it's a conflict. And I don't want to jeopardize this contested case hearing. If I do participate, I'm not sure. I'm just trying to get some kind of legal coverage.
Mr. McBuyer. So are we off or are we still on public record?
We're still in open session.
Yeah, so we should probably.
Okay, if you could just stand by.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so me and Tyler should step out, but I just sent a ping to Craig to come.
He can get
He's
on.
supposed to be commissioned. Is he on?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so
But he should have it on his calendar at 3. I'm just not sure that he was ready to be on early.
So we're gonna adjourn the regular meeting and just stand by with regards to the contested case. The meeting is adjourned.